Butterfly Electric Press presents The Vanishing Tome, an urban fantasy, Book 1 of the Netherworld Archives, written by Stella Fitzsimons. Chapter 17. Monday mornings were usually a madhouse at Shadow Chaser's agency, but this was Thanksgiving week, traditionally the slowest stretch on the calendar. While cases tended to spike around holidays, whether they involved genuine paranormal phenomena or just overactive imaginations fueled by holiday stress, Thanksgiving proved to be the exception to the rule. I leaned back in my office chair, booted feet propped up on the desk against a stack of cold case files. I twirled a pen between my fingers, staring at the blurred photographs of alleged cryptids plastered on the off-white wall across the room. Half the staff was out for the week, getting ready to dig into stuffing and pumpkin pie with their families, including Pankowski and Gideon. My request for vacation time had been denied, with a resounding, not a chance. Penance, I supposed, for my increasing number of unexcused personal days lately. The old phone on my desk rang. Anonymous caller, the blinking display informed me. I snatched up the receiver with a jaw-cracking yawn. Shadow Chasers, Investigator Hilliard speaking. How may I help you?
What did your necro pal want?
Killian's low growl was unmistakable. Fucking hell. Was my life broadcast to everyone? Was I unwittingly cast as a baby in the sequel to The Truman Show? I'm at work, I hissed quietly between clenched teeth. I'm busy here. I don't have time for this right now.
Why did you...
I hung up on him. I counted to 3. Sure enough, the phone shrieked again, somehow shriller than usual. I picked it up, then slammed it back down with enough force to make the stapler jump. The bastard had me shadowed, again, after I explicitly demanded him to stop, twice now. Ugh! The man had no concept of taking no for an answer. The main door banged open. Izzy blustered in, her wild, fiery curls escaping her messy ponytail and her cheeks flushed, a thick tome tucked under her arm. She made a beeline for my cubicle. You're late, I said, quirking an eyebrow.
I was at the Runestone Library,
she said, panting. She shrugged off her oversized peacoat.
mapping out the safest route to Nyx.
I perked up at that. Really? Is? You rock. Tell me. She dropped the book onto my desk with a thud.
The fastest way I could chart involves navigating 8 different portal nexuses, 2 of them in the Netherworld. Even with the best-case scenario, we're talking about 2 days of travel, 1.5 if we're lucky, assuming no dimensional turbulence or unforeseen detours.
8 portals. Getting Killian and his entourage through that gauntlet would be a monumental undertaking, to say the least. I smothered a groan.
But that's not even the interesting part. I dug up some pretty fascinating information in those old tomes.
Oh, you are a beautiful, dangerous genius.
Guess who's mastered the art of teleporting others through portals?
She paused for a dramatic effect. I shrugged, playing along.
Vampires, that's who. More specifically, pet vampires with strong necromantic bonds. They've been escorting necromancers through portals for centuries.
I chewed on that, considering the possibilities. Meaning,
if you can borrow one of Raven's vamps, your problems are solved. They could ferry your mystery person through all those nexuses with no issue. All gas, no brakes, as they say.
that was an ingenious idea, apart from relying on a vampire and being completely dependent on Raven's unpredictable moods. Yet, it was infinitely better than my current non-plan of stumbling blindly from one portal to the next, hoping no one noticed. How many non-walkers do you think a single vampire can usher through a portal at the same time? Izzy furrowed her brow, her excitement extinguished.
What in the world are you planning, Tess? Marching an army through to Nyx?
Not quite an army. Izzy threw up her hands with an exasperated huff, smacking her palms on her thighs.
Nope, I'm done. No more involvement with your suicide schemes until you level with me. We're doing this my way. Complete transparency, no dodging. Who is it you are so determined to drag to the darkest corner of the Netherworld?
I don't want you involved any further, but you deserve to know what's going on. I'll tell you everything, but not here.
Lunch?
Yeah, sure. Let's do that Cuban restaurant on State Street and... Killian burst through the main door, his eyes blazing with hellfire. You've got to be kidding me. How did he get here so fast? And why did he look so damn good with his chestnut hair blown back, worn leather jacket, black biker boots, smoldering eyes? Did he ride a motorcycle or a ley line here? Stop it, Tess. Just stop. He stalked across the floor, weaving around desks, shoving past a stunned Delgado, our gruff ex-military tracker, sending the burly man staggering. The terrified look on Delgado's weathered face told me he recognized the infamous Killian Tierney. Few people radiated that much raw power and contained fury, not even in our line of business. The Therian king planted himself directly in front of my desk, towering over Izzy, his presence looming over the entire agency floor. You have some nerve, I ground out.
No, what I have is authority, and you, investigator, are going to tell me exactly what I need to know.
Shoving away from my chair, I rose to my feet and braced my hands on the desk. This is what's going to happen, Dragon Boy. You're going to turn around and march that smug face of yours right out of my cubicle area. Izzy went completely pale. She shot me an incredulous look that pretty much screamed, "What the hell are you doing?" A low, rumbling growl reverberated from Killian's chest. Oh, am I supposed to be impressed by that? I'm sorry. Let me put on my dazed with terror face. His hand whipped out, but I'd seen that deadly grip move before. I leaned back just in time, his fingertips grazing the side of my neck, leaving a trail of goosebumps in their wake. You had me followed, I shouted, my anger exploding. How many times did I tell you that was a deal-breaker? The effort it took him to stay composed, to rein in his fury, was visible in the tightening of his jaw, the flare of his nostrils.
I didn't break my promise. You told me not to have you followed. I never did. I followed you myself.
Oh, my God. The sheer audacity of this self-serving, arrogant prick. The fact that you think there's a difference just proves everything. You are a giant, egotistical child. I slammed my palm on the desk for emphasis. Izzy had turned into a statue, caught between intervening and making herself scarce. Izzy, I said, turning to my wide-eyed friend, give us a moment. She hesitated, her gaze darting between Killian and me.
I can stay if you need backup.
Nah, he's mostly bark. Or whatever the hell dragons do. She remained uncertain but gave a reluctant nod, gathering her peacoat and her book. She shot me one final worried look before slipping away. The moment we were alone, Killian caught my arm in a gentle but firm grip.
Let's move to more private grounds.
Oh, Tess, why don't you just drop everything you're doing and come stroke my ego? I said, in my best mocking voice, yanking my arm away from his grasp. He scouted the office floor, his gaze lingering on the empty chairs and abandoned coffee mugs.
What are you doing exactly? Guarding the chairs?
What I do is none of your business. The Therian king sighed.
If the mule won't go to the field to graze,
He muttered under his breath. Did he call me a mule? He made a circle with his hand in the air. The circle shimmered faintly like heat ripples, then expanded all around us, a dome of swirling energy that cloaked us in a shielding veil.
There, now we can speak privately right here. Though, I must admit, I still consider these chairs riveting adversaries.
Cute. He thinks he's charming. You've been stalking me, I said, the realization dawning, shadowing my every movement.
And you demanded honesty and transparency.
He countered, eyes locked on mine.
That was supposed to be a reciprocal arrangement.
Obviously, I wasn't planning on hiding that I met with Raven or the details she shared, but unlike you, I can't just drop in at your palace whenever I want to update you. Hell, I don't even have your number. He exhaled, nodded, and brushed back his hair.
You might have a point there. I can see how that makes communication difficult.
Understatement of the year. What was that, oh mighty king? Sorry, I couldn't hear over the sound of your ego deflating. I teased, throwing his own words back at him. He nipped a grin in the bud.
I'm here now, so enlighten me. What unreliable manipulations did the lovely Ray Van Zelst try to pass off as secrets?
Nuh-uh, I said, crossing my arms, enjoying this rare moment of holding all the cards. First, exactly how long have you been stalking me, and why are you not busy? Oh, I don't know. Vanquishing our enemies, saving the world, performing the kingly duties we agreed on? He didn't appreciate my tone, but he reined in whatever retort was on the tip of his tongue.
The wards alerted me when you left your house. I wanted to make sure you were not set upon again by assassins.
The wards, of course. There was an ancillary reason behind his generosity and concern. Why is there such a fine line between chivalry and opportunity? You really are insufferable, manipulative. I struggled to find more appropriate descriptors, my vocabulary failing in the face of such audacity.
Concerned?
He offered helpfully.
Protective? Effective?
I glared at him, my heart surging in my chest. Don't push your luck. Stalking might be tolerated in Dragonland, but in Madison, Wisconsin, it's called being a creep. If you insist on pulling this chauvinist shtick, you need to give me a heads up, so I know you're lurking. Got it? He exhaled sharply through his nostrils, then brought one hand up to rub the tense muscles at the back of his neck. What, no witty comeback? I prodded.
I have listened to your proposal.
He met my gaze evenly.
I agree to tell you when I am lurking, but you are essential and must be protected.
That's what we call an understanding, not so hard. He said the words, but he'd acquiesced a little too easily.
You have your victory,
he said sternly.
Now detail this impromptu meeting with Van Zelst.
Couldn't you hear us? I thought dragons had incredible hearing.
She chose the open location for a reason. I couldn't get close enough to make out most of it. If I had, we might be eating broiled vamp burgers right now.
I cringed. That's gross, you sociopath, and incinerating potential allies is a terrible strategy. Raven is not responsible for the vampire attack.
Because she talks girl talk with you?
Girl talk? What? No, you weirdo, because I had an empath with me.
Ah, the redhead?
Her name's Izzy.
And you trust her judgment?
More than I will ever trust yours. Raven revealed that the codex page that went missing in Corinth was another portal nexus to the netherworld. He nodded slowly.
It all tracks. Anything else of importance?
Just that I've mapped a potential route to Nyx, and I believe I've landed upon a method that could express pass us all the way through.
Excellent work,
he said, turning to go.
I'll make haste to arrange the preparations on my end.
Wait, hold on. What about you? Have you made any progress or discoveries from your end? He paused, his shoulders rising and falling in an indifferent shrug.
Why bother when you clearly enjoy doing it all yourself? You are my discovery.
Was he sulking and trying to share the credit like a spoiled child? I'm just doing my job. Fast as lightning, Killian snatched the Twix bar off my desk, unwrapped it, and took a big bite.
See you tonight, then,
he said, mouth full, going for the door. Tonight, I echoed. Where?
Haven't decided yet.
He threw over his shoulder.
But I'll let you know when I know, sweetheart.
The privacy veil shimmered and vanished, leaving me standing there, speechless, staring at the empty space he'd occupied a moment before. Unbelievable. I grabbed my jacket and marched over to Izzy's desk. Come on, we're going out for lunch. Sorry about all that. Izzy glanced up at me.
It's not even 10 yet.
Don't care. We're doing lunch. I'm hungry. She held up her hands in surrender.
All right, lunch it is then.
I spun on my heel and pushed through the front door, needing to escape the office. Izzy hurried to catch up as I scurried toward the lake shore.
Tell me if I am out of line, but the way you talked to Killian Tierney, do you think it wise? How do you know him that way?
I shot her a sidelong glance. It's the only way to talk to a man like that. It's necessary to penetrate his thick, arrogant skull.
Tess, I don't understand. He's the leader of an elemental warrior clan. He's notorious, and not for his kindness. He wields ancient powers, and he's a direct descendant of the primals, used to commanding others, and you're treating him like a disobedient mutt. But you knew that already. You know exactly who and what he is.
From your eyes, I look reckless. I get it. But it didn't start that way. That man makes me behave this way. She pinned me with a knowing look.
You chew him out with no fear. Raven might be right about this. Have you slept with him?
You two gossip girls. No, there's no secret sexcapades going on, is?
Yeah, not now. But if that was any indication, they're in your future. The sexual tension back there, you'd need a chainsaw to cut through it.
For crying out loud, sexual tension. Ha! Half the time he's probably fantasizing about ripping out my spine.
Such thoughts could be his kink. You don't know. And the other half of the time, what's he thinking? Because damn, Tess, he may be a Therian predator, but he's also fit like a gladiator. I'm a happily committed woman. But if I was single, my goodness, I'd happily fall right on his sword.
That image. What the hell is? Wait, you're bi and nasty? Izzy shook her head.
Listening is not your power. I've mentioned it before, Tess, but that's beside the point. What I'm saying is, watch your step. Defying an elemental warrior of his stature at every turn is a recipe for disaster. Don't make yourself such an obvious challenge.
It's him. He's the one going to Nyx, I blurted out. And with luck, maybe he'll stay there. Izzy stopped walking. She frowned.
That last thing you said, you were not sincere. I felt it. You're so deep in denial, buried in it. I also sense you are hiding from everyone, but mostly from yourself. This habit runs deep. It makes you vulnerable. Your enemy might be you.
Now you decide to see me? For the first time, we're trying to have a fun lunch. My goodness, broken women need to eat too. Chapter 18. Confiding in Izzy about Miles, Killian, the codex pages, and the whole Nyx business had felt like the right call at lunchtime. I mean, it wouldn't have been fair to ask for her help without looping her into all the gritty details, right? Wrong. By dinner, second thoughts picked at me like gremlins. I'd broken rule number 1 and flung the doors open to my dangerous games, all for the fleeting comfort of Izzy's steadfast loyalty. Now, the only decent thing left to do was to slam those doors shut again to protect her from the inevitable fallout, no matter how much we both suffered in the process. I plopped down on the couch, a bowl of vanilla ice cream in one hand, remote control in the other, flipping through channels until an old rerun of Everybody Loves Raymond caught my eye. 2 more days of the usual grind at the office, then a 4-day weekend, which, if everything went as planned, could involve a trip to Nyx. Freaking bonkers. My phone buzzed, cutting through the TV's canned laughter. Blocked caller ID. Dragon King, back for round 2? I braced myself, half expecting him to announce he was camped out on my fire escape, binoculars in hand, taking his stalking game to a whole new level of slimy. I forced some calm into my voice. Hello? The clipped voice on the other end was familiar, though unexpected.
Detective Hilliard, this is Director Harris. I need to speak with you. In person.
I almost choked on my ice cream, bolting upright so fast I feared I'd swallow the spoon. Director Harris? Of course, whatever you need.
How soon can you get to the Bureau?
What? Right now?
Yes.
I can be there in half an hour.
Good. My assistant will be waiting for you in the lobby.
Click. What's happening right now? I stared at my phone, stupefied. 8:12 in the evening. What was so urgent that it couldn't wait until morning? It's a setup, Tess. My inner voice hissed. Don't go. Not alone. I knew the voice was right. Director Harris summoning me after dark was suspicious as hell. We barely knew each other, and well, let's just say I wasn't someone she respected. Then again, since my secrets hardly remained secret these days, she might want to grill me about Killian, or Raven, or both. Only one way to find out. Imani Harris may not have been my biggest fan, but she was still the Bureau's top dog. When she called, you answered. I threw on some clothes, snatched my trusty dagger, and slid it inside my boot sheath, then tucked a tiny vial of my last remaining supply of bonchek, the magic eater, as Killian had put it, securely into an inner pocket. A girl needs to be prepared. The Bureau's main lobby was a ghost town at this hour. The director's assistant, the tall spell conjurer I remembered from my last visit, greeted me with a frown. She looked like she'd rather be cleaning goblin vomit than escorting me to her boss's fourth-floor office. Director Harris was hunched over her desk, her face illuminated by the glow of the computer screen. She looked tired. There was a deep weariness etched into the lines of her face. "Director Harris," I said quietly, trying not to startle her.
Thanks for coming on short notice, Detective. Please take a seat.
Well, the civility took a step up from our last encounter.
Thank you, Reese. That will be all.
The assistant closed the door behind her, leaving us alone.
I'm not going to beat about the bush. We found an item among Agent Donovan's personal effects, something I hope you will shed light on.
That caught me completely off guard. Everything felt wrong. She turned her monitor around, the screen facing me. A video file popped up, the image a bit grainy. Miles, sitting in a windowless room, a single bare bulb overhead, a basement most likely. He looked different, haunted. His usual easy charm replaced by a chilling intensity. Director Harris pressed play. Miles's deep, velvety voice filled the office, a ghost from the past whispering secrets in the present.
If you're watching this, Tess, I'm either dead or trapped in the netherworld, likely blind to whatever fucking chain of events landed me into this unpleasant situation.
His gaze was fixed on the camera, making me squirm in my seat.
An apocalyptic danger hovers over our world, a threat unlike any monster we've faced before. Take my warning seriously. This is an end-days-level threat.
He paused, gathering strength.
They need to be stopped at any cost, Tess, and fast before they can get a whiff that you're onto their game. Listen to me. You can't be the one who takes them on directly. There are more answers out there, in the prickling of needles on young skin, in a library of ashes burned to the fucking ground.
He winked, then reached forward. The video ended. The screen went black, leaving me staring at my own reflection, my eyes wide with a mixture of shock and sadness. Miles knew. He knew my past. He knew who and what I was. He knew everything. And now, Imani Harris, with her unnerving perception, would be expecting me to fill in the pieces.
Care to enlighten me? Any idea what any of that means?
I knew her telepathic senses would probe for cracks in my mental defenses as I spoke. I slammed them shut, layering my illusion veils with a fresh wave of misdirection. I met her gaze full on. None whatsoever. That crushed me, actually. He sounded like a man on the verge of a nervous breakdown, frightened or paranoid or delusional. Just days ago, he was so alive, so... Miles. I wish I could unsee that video. She tapped her fingers on the desk.
Why mention you specifically by name? What about the rest of us? What about the rest of the world?
I don't know. Miles and I were close once, but we lost touch years ago. Aside from that Sun Prairie portal investigation and the palm door, we only spoke twice before he died. He never mentioned any cosmic doom. If you want answers, find his killers, make them talk. She leaned back, studying my face like a map.
His killers?
I guess we're playing this game. We both know Miles didn't choke on his own spit or any other such absurd cover story.
Sounds like you've been on the job. Any leads on said killers?
That's your job, not mine. Are you asking me to join the team? A breath of amusement shaped her lips.
And if I ask, you'll express bewilderment regarding the Netherworld reference, I suspect. Nor will you escort me to this library of ashes of which he spoke. Am I correct?
I shrugged. Would, if I could. Sustaining an illusion shield against a telepath of Imani Harris's caliber was like trying to hold back the tide with your hands. I could literally feel her mental probes brushing past my clenched defenses.
I believe Agent Donovan to have been speaking in code, a cryptic message that he believed, or at least hoped, you could decipher.
Miles thought everyone's mind worked like his, but he was one of a kind. His belief in me was a blind spot. He gave my intelligence far too much credit. She didn't smile this time.
Detective Hilliard, I understand we got off on the wrong foot. You don't trust me, but this message could be the key, the one and only key to cracking the case wide open. Who killed Miles? What threat he was so desperate to communicate? Help me make sense of it.
The weight of my lies pressed down on me. A lot of that was straightforward. There's an apocalyptic threat, and I shouldn't be the one to take it on. I will take heed of that, but all the rest, the parts about needles and skin and a library fire, none of that pertains to me. Maybe he sensed what was to come. Maybe he only knew bits and pieces and hoped we could discover what those words meant if he never did. I don't want to remember him like that.
Agent Donovan was among our finest, a dedicated agent. He wouldn't have left such an ominous message unless he was certain it would reach the right person, the one person he deemed essential.
I'm afraid he was mistaken about me being that person. Tapping into her telepathy again to peek into her mind was tempting, but I wasn't about to repeat that mistake. A single occurrence she might write off as a false alarm, but twice? It would only solidify her suspicions.
And you don't think the message might be connected to your recent associations?
I stiffened, my hand going for my dagger, but I quelled my temper. That doesn't fit the timeline. You could check with them, though. They may shed more light on such cryptic messaging than I ever could. Now, it's been a long day, Director. I'd like to go home.
This isn't a matter of personal choices, Detective. The Bureau has a vested interest in maintaining a neutral stance in the supernatural world. Your association with Tierney puts that neutrality at risk. If he starts throwing his weight around, we'll all be in trouble.
I don't work for Tierney, and frankly, I don't work for you either, I reminded her. My actions do not affect the Bureau or its neutrality, and I would never do anything to jeopardize your investigation.
See that it stays that way, for your sake and ours.
She held my gaze for a long moment. Then she nodded slowly.
If you remember anything relevant, you bring it straight to me. Is that clear?
Crystal? I pulled my coat tighter around me as I paced the rain-slicked sidewalk outside the Bureau, waiting for my Uber ride, my head a hurricane of swirling thoughts and emotions. The words Miles spoke echoed in a haunting loop. There is an apocalyptic danger. They need to be stopped. You can't be the one. In a library of ashes. What the hell did he know? And how did he know it? When had he figured out my secret? The only other person who knew was the illusion mage himself. A sickening thought cut through my frustration, an outlandish possibility I would have never considered only a moment ago. What if Miles was the illusion mage? What if he was the monster who had murdered my parents with a casual flick of his wrist, who had robbed me of anything resembling a normal life, leaving me with nothing but a solitary thirst for vengeance? Another dark thought that will never leave me. When new seeds of doubt took root, sprouting their way into my heart, choking the last vestiges of my faith, my humanity died for a time. I became my vengeance, nothing else. I worked hard to re-establish a faint connection to the world, to people. But when a new doubt took root, I gave up. I didn't want to change the way I thought about Miles. I respected him. Had he been playing me all those years? Had every stolen kiss, every whispered promise been a lie? Had he made love to me knowing he was the villain who had slaughtered my family and shattered my world? The thought was repulsive, a violation that went deeper than skin. I wanted to scrub myself raw, to erase any trace of him. I fought back a wave of nausea. What proof did I have? They were both tall, yes, dark-haired, dark-eyed, but those were generic similarities. I strained to remember more. My mind latched onto the sensory details, the acrid smell of burning books, blood turning cold on the floorboards. But the finer points eluded me. The mage wore a mask, and the trauma of that night had fractured my memories. Could I really trust them? No, Miles wouldn't. He just couldn't. Kind, gentle, dependable Miles, who had been my mentor, my friend, my lover, the only person who had truly believed in me, even when I was a clumsy first-year student at the academy. He wasn't capable of such gratuitous evil. He couldn't be the monster who had haunted my dreams for all these years. Then again, he had stolen codex pages, he had secret dealings in Nyx, and he had sent me on a wild goose chase, starting with the Sun Prairie portal. The Uber let me out in front of 5310 Card Street in the quiet suburb of McFarland, the house I grew up in. I took a deep breath as I stepped out onto the curb. The house stood utterly still, heartbreakingly sad with its dark windows staring at me like empty eyes. The front yard had been abandoned to the elements, shrubberies grown wild, decaying leaves and branches littering the walkway. I reached for the key in my pocket, unsure if I was doing the right thing. It had been over a year since the last time I'd set foot in the house, but Mrs. Winslow, my parents' dear friend and neighbor across the street, had kept a watchful eye on it, airing out the rooms, dusting, sweeping, and chasing away the ghosts once a month, all for a modest fee. I stood in the dark hallway, memories crashing into me like spectral apparitions, spinning before my eyes with worried faces. So many years had passed, yet the essence of my childhood still clung to these walls, along with the echoes of laughter and sting of loss. I switched on the lights and headed straight for the library, my hand trembling as I reached for the door handle. I hadn't been inside this room since the attack, having instructed Mrs. Winslow to leave it undisturbed save for some light cleaning, as if the dead can be disturbed. The library had been my mother's sanctuary, her most prized design, an extension of her very being, everything she was, everything she had been, her aura, her essence. It was all still here, lingering on shelves, worn armchairs, and aged paper like a persistent spirit. My heart fluttered as I entered and flipped the switch. The sudden harsh light illuminated the room, casting distorted shadows. The burned patches on the carpet, where the illusion mage had incinerated stacks of invaluable tomes, seemed larger than I remembered. A library of ashes. Whatever answers Miles wanted me to discover were hidden in here. But where? I tried to think like him. Where would he hide the clues? The obvious answer was among the remaining books. I quickly scanned the shelves, then did a closer inspection. One book stood out, perched at an odd angle on the very edge of a shelf, as if purposefully left slightly askew and supported only by the weight of the thick volumes flanking it. I squinted to read the faded title on the worn spine, Misplaced Codex Cryptograms, and How to Retrieve Them. When I gently pulled the book free, a metallic glint sparked in the dim light at the back of the shelf where the book used to sit, a flash drive. I raced out of the library and up to my father's small study on the second floor. With shaky fingers, I jammed his old laptop into a power outlet and booted it up. For a few heart-stopping moments, the machine just sat there. But then it whirred to life with a groan, the screen flickering, the image of my mother smiling back at me from the desktop background. My heart clenched in my chest. I swallowed the lump in my throat, blinking back the sting of tears. My mother's beautiful smile frozen in time, her vibrant life stolen, her happiness shattered by unspeakable violence. Focus, Tess. Focus. I inserted the flash drive into the lone USB port. A new folder popped up on the desktop, labeled For Tess, like I was his special little project. I double-clicked the folder, revealing a newer video file dated November 13th. That was the day before the Bureau called, asking me to consult on a case, the day before Miles waltzed back into my life, drawing me back to his world. He planned this. He was setting all this in motion. My hand hovered over the small trackpad. What fresh hell was this? A love letter? A confession? Or another warning from beyond the grave? Screw it. I clicked play. The video opened to a scene I knew too well, our old bench at Picnic Point, where we'd train in the dark until we dropped and then made out like a couple of teenagers. And there was Miles, facing the camera with the lake at his back. Only this wasn't the strong, steadfast Miles I knew. This Miles looked pale, haunted, a shadow of the cocky bureau agent who had won my heart.
Well, Tess.
He began, his voice strained.
It's been a while, hasn't it? Figured I'd pay a visit to our old stomping ground. Tomorrow I'm going to ask you to consult on a case for the Bureau, but let's be honest, that's just the tip of the iceberg.
He paused, his dark eyes locking right on the camera, as if he could see me through the screen and sitting in my father's study right now.
Let's hope you never have to watch this, because if you are, well, it will be past my expiration date. No more margaritas on the beach for this guy. Anyway, on with it. A year ago, I stumbled onto a secret society. They call themselves the Cult of Erasure. Yeah, I know the name screams Saturday morning cartoon villains, but trust me, these guys are the real deal.
He raked a hand through his hair, a nervous gesture completely out of character for the unflappable Miles Donovan.
Their power is staggering. Their methods are ruthless. They have their sticky fingers in the codex, in the portals, messing with forces I can't begin to unpack. The endgame here is to rewrite reality itself, to wipe out worlds and realms entirely, every tiny piece of grass, starting with swaths of the netherworld.
My jaw hung open. The Cult of Erasure? Rewriting reality? It sounded like frivolous nonsense, stoned imaginings, at best a bad B-movie. But there was Miles, the most pragmatic, whiskey-loving, hard-ass cynic I knew, spewing off about a cosmic conspiracy. He sucked in the lake air, his chest rising and falling rapidly.
There's a lot you don't know about me, Tess, sides of me you've never seen. Darkness, ambition, a ruthlessness I was reluctant to acknowledge for too damn long. So yeah, at my lowest, I made a deal with the devil. I joined their ranks in exchange for...
He left the sentence unfinished like a noose ready to be pulled tight.
The erasers are itching to get their claws on you, Tess. They'll be sniffing around at that portal in Sun Prairie tomorrow. They want to gauge how resilient you are, how much that portal bends to your will. They are convinced you are a limitless dynamo, a walking nuclear reactor, the key to erasing entire worlds from the archives and the codex, sealing them off forever. I never meant to throw you to the wolves. When I brought you in, I planned to safeguard the whole operation, make sure you walked away unscathed. If you'd been handed to any other handler, they wouldn't have lifted a finger to protect you, but I underestimated them. They're not just toying with the netherworld, they've got it on a leash. I'm in way too deep to back out now, so consider this your life insurance policy.
He leaned closer, his voice urgent.
This is life or death, Tess, so listen up. The power is in the marks that we share. We have the same blood conduit abilities.
He rolled up his sleeve to expose the twisting scars on his forearm, the very ones I'd seen on him at the morgue.
But my ability to channel power is a candle to your wildfire. You haven't scratched the surface of your potential, but even at full force, you can't stop the erasers. That level of power is beyond us.
He hesitated, his gaze intensifying.
If I end up in a body bag, don't think about pursuing this further.
His voice hardened, and his eyes held the weight of a final plea.
Get out of Madison, quick. Create a new identity off the grid. Go full ghost. Don't let them find you. If they find you, they will use you.
He took a step closer, his handsome face filling the frame.
Forget about the codex pages. Steer clear of portals, and for God's sake, never set foot in the netherworld under any circumstances. Not a single toe over that line, you hear? Your life depends on it, Tess Hilliard, but more than that, the fate of our world hangs in the balance. You can't let them modify you into a nuclear weapon. Whatever you do, avoid the nether realms. Stay the hell away from that place. Forget it exists.
His piercing eyes were filled with terror.
In exchange for power, Tess, that was their promise to me, the kind of power that could reshape the world or shatter it into a million pieces.
The video cut to black. The silence that followed was deafening, broken only by the echo of his words still ringing in my ears. Never set foot in the netherworld. I stared at the blank screen, utterly dumbfounded. Life insurance policy, my ass. You double-crossing, backstabbing son of a bitch. You sold me to the highest bidder to get your hands on some cosmic power. I'd given that man 2 years of my life, 2 years of blind trust, and the whole time I had no idea I was his product. Was he insane, delusional, or was it all true? Was he really in bed with a group of world-erasing cultists? I mean, the crazy things he had said couldn't be true. Blood conduits, erasure cults, my supposed limitless power. What the hell was he on about? I was hardly the first illusion mage to walk the earth. My magic wasn't common, but it sure as hell couldn't erase a single goddamn parking ticket, let alone entire realms. And how the hell could he have predicted his own death? Or my journey to the netherworld? It was as if someone had been pulling the strings all along, orchestrating my every move. Fuck. This shit. I was done with my crazy ex-boyfriend ranting from beyond the grave, done with the suffocating weight of his secrets. I was drowning in a sea of crazy, and my dad's old office was the last place I should be. Air. I needed some goddamn oxygen for my sanity. The little nagging voice slithered into my mind again. The Mustang, Tess, Dad's baby covered in dust in the garage. Like everything else that belonged to my parents, I hadn't wanted to touch it, but Mrs. Winslow dutifully took it for a spin every month, a short drive to the grocery store and back, to keep the engine tuned. I pushed away from the desk and shot downstairs, out the side door and into the garage. I flicked on the overhead light. The car sat under a tarp in the corner, a midnight blue 2014 Ford Mustang. I yanked the tarp off, flung open the driver's door and slid behind the wheel. I closed my eyes, taking a deep breath, the phantom touch of my mother's hand, the echo of my father's laughter. The memories had me by the throat and wouldn't let go. After a few turns of the key, the engine roared to life with a satisfying growl. I waited for the garage door to open, then slammed the car into reverse, backed out of the garage, and peeled off into the night. Killian was waiting for me on the porch of the American Foursquare on Jennifer Street. I parked down the block so I could walk a while and take in the crisp winter air before brushing past him without a word, unlocking the door and holding it open for him. Chapter 19. Killian stalked inside the apartment like a predator on the prowl, his face drawn taut, his storm cloud eyes determined. The scar that bisected his left cheek seemed deeper, more pronounced, reflecting the violence that simmered beneath his carefully controlled exterior. I was so tired, so fucking sick of it all. The secrets, the lies, the endless parade of threats. I wanted to rip the mask off my face, to shed the illusion veils and expose my own scars. I wanted him to see them, to trace the jagged edges with his fingertips, to know the darkness inside me that mirrored his own. Maybe then someone would finally understand. Instead, I turned away with a huff. Took you long enough?
I didn't follow you. I don't know where you went, but I know something's wrong. I smell trouble.
That's touching, but unnecessary.
What happened?
The question lacked the usual bite. Wonders never ceased with this man. I held his gaze for a beat, then lowered my eyes. It's personal.
Personal,
he repeated.
Like those vampires who tried to rip your throat out personal. Or like the necromancer who's playing you for a fool personal. Or maybe personal as in dead dudes still messing with your head.
Ah, there he is. The Killian I've come to know, the sarcasm king of Therians. Do you ever get tired of that attitude? Like ever? He pondered the question, or pretended to, until his lips curved into a crooked smile.
I'd love to say yes, but honestly, no, not really. Feels right.
I pounced for the door, intent on ending all this talking, but he was faster, his hands clamped on my shoulders, spinning me back to face him.
Don't,
he warned, his voice raspy.
Don't shut me out, Tess.
You were right about Miles, okay? You were right about everything. He wasn't just compromised, he was in the shit up to his neck. He used me, he lied to me, he manipulated me. There, happy?
It doesn't make me happy, Detective. What did he do now?
He's dead, Killian, I spat. What more could he possibly do?
Not sure, but he got to you somehow.
I stared at him, my heart pounding. I was done with men knowing everything before I did. How could you? He cut me off with a wave of his hand.
It doesn't matter. Tell me everything that happened.
Well, for starters, I know who killed Miles, a secret society called the Cult of Erasure. Ever heard of them? Killian's eyebrows shot up.
That's a new one.
They're a cabal of power-hungry lunatics with a world-ending plan that involves... My voice trailed off. I bit my lip, choosing my next words. Director Harris hauled me into the bureau tonight. She shoved a recording in my face that Miles made right before he died. It was a warning, filled with cryptic references that meant nothing to Harris, but...
But you cracked the code.
Yeah, I told Harris I couldn't make heads or tails of it.
You don't trust the esteemed director?
It wasn't a real question. The jury's still out on that. He leaned closer.
And do you trust me?
Harris made one thing explicitly clear. I'm not to loop you in on the recording or anything else. She's not a fan. His irises flared orange sparks.
And your stance on that directive?
I shrugged. Reavers are the elite of elemental warriors, fierce and deadly, and you're their alpha dog, the very top of the food chain in the flesh. If what Miles said about these erasers is true, I know who I need at my back, and it's not a by-the-book suit-wearing bureau agent. The wolfish grin that spread across his face was all sharp teeth and menacing charm.
Detective, I may have vastly underestimated you. You have whipped me into a frenzy. Please do tell what the too stubborn to stay dead Agent Donovan had to say about this clan of Eraserheads.
Cult of Erasure, I corrected him.
Ah, big miss. They could have called themselves the Dukes of Delete. That would have been cool.
I glared at him. What are you talking about? Wait, what's that smell?
What smell?
Killian said sheepishly. Have you been smoking pot?
Can't say for sure. I arrived an hour ago. 2 dudes across the street invited me in from the cold to wait. When they offered to share their smoke, I did not want to be rude. It was quite odorous.
Where to begin with this? You're a king, Killian.
And I've never felt more like a king than now. It reassures me that you have kind neighbors. They now consider me their dude.
You have no idea what you smoked. I should be having you followed. You're completely reckless, and possibly now a crackhead. He clutched his chest.
Lesson learned. Now lay it on me. What apocalyptic scheme is this self-important secret society cooking up?
Concentrate, please. According to Miles, the erasers want to hit the multiversal reset button, erase entire dimensions, starting with the netherworld, and rule over what's left. Killian processed, hopefully trying to shake off his high.
Oh shit, and I thought they were just a pretentious campus poetry club.
I can't talk to you like this.
No, I'm good, really.
Just be serious for a moment. Miles's details were sketchy at best, but one thing he made clear, he'd thrown in with those psychos.
He was one of them?
It seems that way, yeah. He clucked his tongue.
Shocker.
Actually, yeah, Killian, it fucking is. Do you have a problem with that?
No, Detective, not at all. I blame whatever I smoked.
Well, that's convenient. We need a plan, and we need it fast. There's not going to be an undo button with these psychos. Once a world's gone, it will be gone forever.
Right. But let me get this straight. You really thought the Bureau's golden boy was so squeaky clean he could never get his hands dirty? Are we talking about the same guy?
He had a point, but he still managed to irk me. I knew Miles wasn't the ultimate paragon of virtue, but I didn't think he was stupid enough to hand a lit match to a bunch of arsonists. Entire worlds were at stake. Then again, maybe I'm just that naive when it comes to the men I let into my life. His demeanor changed. He was himself again.
Tell me more about the eraser plan.
Apparently, they need human batteries, I guess? No, human conduits. Don't ask me what that means, but that whole situation with the Sun Prairie portal was some kind of a stress test to...
To see if you were their little magic energizer bunny?
He offered, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Careful, Tess. Dude takes a mile if you give him an inch. They're conduit, yeah.
Why you?
I don't know. Because Miles offered me. Because he could easily push my buttons to get me to the spot. I was a low-hanging fruit, and apparently because I'm the world's most gullible, clueless idiot. Go ahead. Say it. He studied me for a long, waited moment.
Nope. No one thinks you're clueless. Miles didn't offer you. They set him up to get to you. I felt it at the portal, a current of energy probing your energy core, trying to crack it open but bouncing right off. Just like my sensors bounced right off you when I tried to assess what the hell was going on. You are a locked vault, Detective. It's why I tore open the portal's pulling web. It was the only way to break you free from that unrelenting hyper-vacuum.
It all clicked into place. The sudden shift in the strange energy. The way the portal's persistent draw had lessened. Deep down, I'd known all along that Killian had intervened, that he had helped pull me back from the brink. What I didn't know was that Miles had led me there on purpose, to be taken. Killian raised an eyebrow.
What exactly are you, Detective Hilliard? A Lamia? A Fury? A Gorgon?
Fury? He wasn't wrong about that part. And damn, the man knew his Greek mythology. A little too well, maybe.
Chimera, Sphinx, maybe a Kraken.
With a weary sigh, I brushed past him and sank onto the sofa. Why do I keep letting you bait me with all this pointless banter?
Because you want to break from your grumpy detective routine. It is obvious you crave my scintillating wit.
I played up my exhaustion so he wouldn't notice the teeny tiny part in me that was inclined to agree.
Tess.
He settled beside me, his voice softening just enough to let a hint of concern shine through.
What now?
There's only one thing to do. If Miles didn't want me anywhere near the Netherworld, then that's where I'm going. A slow, predatory smile spread across his handsome face.
Now you're speaking my language.
It must be a very primitive language, full of grunts and chest pounding and fire breathing. Killian laughed.
My dudes across the street get me. I noticed your sense of humor improving, but let's get one thing straight. Our multi-dimensional joyride was my idea, my plan, my game. Once we breach Nyx, you don't take a single step out of my sight. Understood? Ideally, I'd send you straight back to our realm, but I need your portal navigation skills to guide us safely out of that hellscape. So, you stick by my side like glue. No running off to do your own thing, no Joan of Arc heroics. I don't want your pretty little head decorating a netherworld spike because you refuse to follow someone else's plan. There's no beginner's luck in battle.
He doesn't know me like that. No one does. That was not exactly a vote of confidence. I'm not completely helpless, you know. I ticked off my points on my fingers. Combat training? Check. Wind magic? Check. Offensive and defensive spells? Double check. And let's be clear, I'm not going to Nyx because of you. I'm going because this whole twisted affair ties back to me. He opened his mouth, eyes blazing, then snapped it shut. He took a deep breath, a muscle in his jaw twitching.
I know you're capable, but we have no idea what lurks in the land of Nyx. You give me your word, you'll follow my lead, or this whole operation is grounded.
His tone left no room for argument. Whether it was genuine concern, or his inherent need for control, or a toxic cocktail of both, he was dead serious. Fine. Yeah, General Tierney. I'll be your obedient valet and follow your battle plan like a good little soldier. The smile on his stupidly handsome face was insufferably smug, like he was the big lottery winner.
Where are we on securing a viable portal path?
I puffed out a long breath. This part might get a little unorthodox.
Have we hit a wall already?
No, not quite a wall. It's just, remember that whole potential route to Nyx I told you about? The one where I implied I'd found a reliable way for us to travel between realms? He nodded, suspicion bubbling up in his eyes. Well, I may have neglected to mention that our mode of travel could involve some people with whom you wouldn't share an elevator. He looked at me like I'd sprouted a second head.
Vampires? What kind of tour guide from hell are you? We're not riding with vein drainers on this or any other job. Are you outside of your feeble mind?
That went better than expected. Geez. I know it sounds bad.
Really? Because it sounds like you know nothing.
Killian, hear me out. These are the pets. They've been in the business of escorting necromancers through portals for centuries. It's the fastest, most reliable option we have, and the only vamps I can think of who might be marginally willing to help.
Don't say it. Don't fucking say Van Zelst's brood.
I said nothing. That was how he knew. He stretched like the room couldn't contain him anymore, joints cracking, his muscular thigh brushing against mine. A shiver jolted through me, tingling my skin, an instinctive reaction to the sheer, brutal power coiling inside him that made my hair stand on end. His magic crackled like a live wire, shocking every nerve as it flooded into me through every pore. I scrambled off the couch, a split second too late. His hand shot out, gripping my wrist. He fixed me with a smoldering glare, his breathing heavy.
You felt it, didn't you? You felt my magic spiraling wildly out of control, on the verge of exploding.
Refusing to be cowed, I raised my chin. All I felt was your monumental temper tantrum. The edge to my voice was shakier than I would have liked. With visible effort, he released his hold on me, his hand dropping to his side, his fingers curling into a fist.
Tess, what you're asking of me.
He fought to keep from transforming.
It's madness. Do you know anything about pet vampires? They aren't pups or misunderstood wolves. They're leeches, draining life for sustenance. They don't have a moral compass. They don't have a code. And they are without scruples. Because they're not alive, Tess.
They may not, but Raven does. Would I bet my life on it? Hell, no, but this was the only way.
Necros are about as trustworthy as scorned lovers.
He surged to his feet, towering over me, his eyes sparking orange. By now, I knew that meant he was either pissed off or alerted, or both.
At first you trusted no one, and now you trust everyone, Detective. Do you have a death wish?
You told me I had trust issues. I shot back. Here I am, taking your advice and spilling my guts to you, laying everything on the line, and you're giving me a lecture on trust? You, of all people?
Trusting me is the sanest choice you've ever made. We all have to pick a side, and you've picked the right one.
I'm not one for sides. I'm a detective, not a cheerleader, but I know when to compromise. I jabbed a finger at his chest. And I've bent over backwards to accommodate you like a bloody circus contortionist. I'll stick to your master plan, play by your rules, whatever you want to call it, but we need Raven and her bloodsuckers, and we have to offer them protection. Raven will be sticking her neck out by allying with us, and her brood gives us the best shot at making it through the portal death maze in one piece. He paced the room like a caged tiger, fingers drumming against his thigh, a low, thunderous grumble in his throat. Finally, he halted, nostrils flaring.
Fine, but on one non-negotiable condition. I'm there when you speak to the necro bitch.
Watch your mouth. We won't be having any of that kind of disrespect on this operation.
Fine, but I'm there at that meeting, period.
If you can behave, you can be there. I mean it. No one gets hurt, Killian, or we're through. Raven will be positively thrilled to have the world's grumpiest reaver chaperoning our meeting. His lips twitched into a half-smile.
I'm counting on it.
Chapter 20. Picnic Point resembled a frozen wasteland under the eerily pale moonlight. The night sky was clear, but the wind howled off Lake Mendota, biting through my layers of clothing as if they were tissue paper. I checked my phone 5 minutes to 3. I was beginning to regret agreeing to meet Raven in the small hours of the morning. Late November in Madison always turned harsh, but this year it turned mean. Even my thermal socks felt like they were woven from ice crystals. This was a stupid idea, I muttered, shuffling from foot to foot. We could be sipping hot cocoa by a roaring fire right now, plotting our netherworld excursion. Instead, we're freezing our asses off, waiting for our friendly neighborhood vampire trainer who might decide to make me a midnight snack for her pets when she sees who I brought to the party. Killian stood unfazed, his broad shoulders hunched against the wind, his gray eyes scanning the shadows of the wooded path that led back to the city. He wore his usual black jeans and jacket ensemble as if freezing temperatures were inconsequential. Maybe for a Therian king with dragon blood coursing through his veins, they were.
Your incessant yapping is the unbearable part. The way I remember it, we're here due to your insistence on this little tete-a-tete with Ray Van Zelst.
Yeah, but not at the North Pole. We should have been the ones to show up late. Let them freeze their stupid fangs off. It's their frigid rendezvous. Why not a nice log cabin or a museum basement or anything with central heating? I'll be an ice sculpture soon, a cautionary tale for those stupid enough to trust a necromancer. He chuckled, a low, warm sound that was surprisingly agreeable.
Always the optimist, I see. It's to protect you, detective. Vampires tend to be less volatile when they're nicely chilled. Less chance of you becoming a snack.
Oh, well, okay, but it's still fucking cold. I glared at him, my teeth chattering. You could have told me that earlier before I said all that.
I waited until you stopped talking. That took a while.
When I shiver, I talk nervously, hoping to get warm, or maybe to take my mind off the cold. Killian turned his face, his gaze sweeping over me, taking in my shivering form, my gloved hands clutched tightly inside my pockets.
You're on a fast track to hypothermia,
he stated, as if it were a complete revelation to him. I've been saying that, Sherlock. He took a step closer, warmth radiating off him like a summer camp bonfire, an unsettling reminder that he was not entirely human. He reached out, his hand cupping mine, forcing a jolt of heat through my frozen fingers. What are you doing?
Hush, remain still.
I don't think I will. He ignored my protest, his grip firm but gentle as he peeled off my glove. The moment his skin touched mine, a wave of heat spiraled up my arm. I really needed him to stop touching me. Every time he did, a tiny pulse of his magic bled into mine, inviting my illusion sensors to breach his elemental shields and absorb the signature of his chaotic power, unraveling the secrets woven into his essence. The possibility scared and fascinated me in equal measure, a push and pull between curiosity and fear, and I wasn't sure which would prevail. His thumb traced the back of my hand ever so slowly. The warmth of his touch spread out, flowing through me like liquid fire, chasing away the creeping cold, thawing every cell of my body. I hung my head, confused. Killian Tierney was more than a warrior, more than a king, more than a Therian primal, and more than a man. He was an elemental dragon through and through. It was a dangerous game, this sensory connection. One false move, and my carefully formed illusion veils would shatter, revealing all of me. I pulled back a little, trying to break contact. You're showing off on purpose, aren't you? He licked his lips like he was ready to feast.
I'm helping. If frozen, your cognitive functions will lag.
Despite myself, I leaned into the warmth, letting it seep into my bones, feeling an unreasonable sense of security in his presence. Don't try to intimidate Raven or her vampires. We need them on our side, a synchronized team. His grip tightened.
Do you know about Reavers, Tess?
Supercharged elemental warriors on adrenaline overload? He gave me an odd look, somewhere in between amusement and exasperation.
Vaguely accurate. We're an anomaly. We carry a rogue gene, a genetic mutation that amplifies our transformation abilities, our strength, our instincts. We are evolution on fast forward.
You can still choose not to intimidate, can't you? He shrugged.
I am telling you that if control is lost, our elemental form takes over. We become feral, consumed by the elemental beast within, turned into a fountain of pure destructive power.
So, don't lose control. The vampires have the same challenge. He shot me an irritated glance.
We're not like vampires. We follow no one, answer to no one, bend to no will. We are free, we're in control, but it's a double-edged sword, a constant battle.
I resisted pointing out that his elemental warriors most definitely followed him. They'd likely bend to his will, too, seeing how they looked at him. How do you mean?
The more we master the elemental forces, the more our magic dims. Indulge them too much, chase after their full potential, and the risk of complete surrender spirals. You can't let it go too far either way. It's a very fine line, finding that balance, keeping ourselves intact.
Is this why Aiden can't fully shift?
He hasn't found that balance yet. Can't trust himself to let go. He's caught in the liminal space between, but he's a fast learner.
I couldn't do it. I'm always teetering. Good and evil, light and darkness, control and chaos. Will the center ever hold? Or do we all fall down? A subtle shift in Killian's posture snapped my attention back to our surroundings. His hand tensed around mine before letting go and sliding back into his hard-edged Therian self. Leaves rustled in the wind, branches cracked under a sudden gust, and the moon vanished behind a veil of churning clouds. An owl hooted, a mournful sound echoing through the stillness.
We have company,
Killian murmured, slipping the glove back onto my hand. The casual intimacy of the gesture contrasted with the coiling tension in every line of his body. My fingers clenched into fists. My senses, already heightened by Killian's nearness, went on overdrive. I picked up the faintest whisper of movement in the shadows, the crunch of leaves underfoot. Raven wanted a dramatic entrance. At least, I hoped it was Raven. The air around Killian buzzed, energy rippling outward, distorting the moonlight. His human form blurred, his edges flickered, as if nature itself was struggling to contain the power surging within him. He spun inside a whirlwind of energy. His clothes flew off in every direction as his body exploded into something enormous and terrifying. His skin stretched, scales erupted like crimson diamonds and spread across his flesh, a shimmering, impenetrable armor. Massive silver wings ripped free from his back with a thunderous snap. Their span blotted out the moon above. 2 rows of black spikes ran down his back, and 2 silver horns burst forth on his forehead, curving backwards. A silver star, the archaic mark of the Therian king, blazed on his chest. His eyes, no longer gray but a shining, molten silver, burned with a ferocious intensity that made my breath catch in my throat. The transformation was violent, explosive, lightning fast, a primal force unleashed in a heartbeat. Just like that, the red and silver dragon stood before me in all his magnificent glory. I staggered back, shielding my face from the searing heat that rolled off him in waves. I stared up at the towering fire Goliath, standing at 15 feet tall and twice as long, tail included, no longer an infuriating man, but a creature of legends, a primal predator whose power could level mountains. His claws, lethal and gleaming, dug into the earth, carving deep furrows. His heat melted the frost and charred the leaves on the ground into a wide circle around us. How had he managed such a swift transformation? I wasn't going to pretend I understood how any of it worked, but elemental shifting was a complicated affair that required a deep cellular focus and meticulous control of power, time, and dimension. Clearly he came prepared. Shame on me for trusting him. Again. He lowered his massive head, his silver eyes finding mine. My heart attempted frantic cartwheels. Killian, in his full draconic form, mesmerized and stole my breath. He unfurled his immense wings with a sudden snap that sent a gust of wind blasting into me, cutting off the oxygen supply to my lungs. He immediately abandoned the plan. Was that his idea of not being intimidating? I just couldn't with this dragon jackass anymore. Worst partner ever. Everything quieted. Mist snaked out of the trees coiling around us. The stench of necromancy hit me square in the face, stirring an unwelcome distress inside me. The dark magic and the vampires gliding through trees were not my main concern. It was Killian, assuming that 15-foot fire-breathing beast is still Killian Tierney. Don't even think about going feral, I muttered. 4 silhouettes dressed in long black cloaks emerged from the mist on the trail, their steps silent. Raven, flanked by her vampires. They stopped in their tracks at the sight of the dragon behind me. The always composed Ray Van Zelst raised an eyebrow. The vampires watched me with predatory focus, like I was a walking juice box at a thirst convention. Killian breathed out a cloud of smoke. I fought the urge to get behind him. The vampires fanned out around Raven and snapped into defensive stances, backs hunched, fangs bared, hisses snarled. A low rumble vibrated in Killian's throat a second before twin jets of flame burst from his nostrils. The heat seared past my face, close enough that I thought my eyebrows would crisp down to the Lord Voldemort special. But thankfully, the flames quickly died out. The dragon was toying with us, I realized. Killian really wasn't trying to incinerate anyone, just offering the possibility of his draconic wrath. Thoughtful dragon. "Anyone bring marshmallows?" I quipped, the joke missing by a mile. Raven's eyes, blue and hard like gemstones, narrowed. I don't think the near-death by dragon snort experience had done much for her mood. I took a step forward, about to position myself as a mediator between the opposing forces, when Killian stomped his massive foot. Or was it a paw? I had never taken Dragon Anatomy 101. The ground shook with the impact, nearly knocking me down. "Dude, come on." I shot him a perplexed look.
"He's offering you protection,"
Raven explained.
"That scorched earth circle around you. That's his fire retardant ward. Anything within its bounds will be safe from his searing breath."
I glared up at the great scaly lizard. "Thanks, but I'm good, big guy. I don't need protection. Stop overreacting." I swiveled back to Raven. "I don't even know if he understands me,"
"Oh, he does,"
she said, her eyes never leaving the dragon.
"And he's relishing every second of this."
There was something in the way she regarded Killian. It wasn't quite fear, and it didn't feel like hate, more like bad blood, ancient history.
"Why's he here? I thought we had an understanding."
I opened my mouth, then closed it again. My diplomacy skills were not well developed. I'd brought a dragon to a vampire soiree when Raven had specifically expressed her distaste for elemental warriors. Killian had gone still, only the occasional twitch of his tail and the embers glowing in his throat, reminding us he hadn't turned into a stone gargoyle. His silver eyes flicked between Raven and me, and I got the impression he was waiting for a signal. What was I supposed to do? "Look, Raven, I didn't ask him to go full Smaug on us, but since he has, let's all take a deep breath." I paused, reconsidering. "Actually, scratch that. Let's all just try not to roast, maim, or exsanguinate each other for 5 minutes. Think we can manage that?" The handsome, dark vampire who was fully bonded to Raven hissed, a sound like silk tearing. Killian's wings twitched, and I swear I could feel the temperature rise a few degrees. Fantastic. I brought a powder keg to a match factory in the shape of a flame-shooting parade float. "We have a favor to ask," I said, because why not pile impossibility on top of insanity? "It would involve all 3. The female vampire flashed me her fangs. All 6 of us working together. Tact was a survival skill in this debacle. Raven's lips curled into not quite a smile.
"That was the last thing I expected to hear. You are a haughty little thing, aren't you?"
I sighed, already nostalgic for the simplicity of hypothermia. "Trust me, I know how that sounded. I say it because it's what must happen." Raven tilted her head, eyes raking over Killian's massive form.
"I thought you'd be bigger."
"Oh, for the love of—" The dragon reared up, unfurling to his full height. His wings snapped open as a bone-rattling roar tore from his throat. The sound reverberated through the trees, setting my teeth on edge. They probably heard that all the way to Milwaukee. "Bad dragon," I snapped, because apparently I'd lost my mind. "Sit." Nobody moved. The vampires were coiled to spring. Raven's eyes glittered with a dangerous challenge, and Killian looked like he was seriously considering scorching the earth and all of us with it. If this is it, I've wasted my life. Slowly, he lowered himself back down. His wings folded in, and he fixed me with a look that clearly said, "You fucking gnats are barely worth saving. End this, or I will." I'm not going to be intimidated, but I will be careful. "If you two are quite finished measuring wingspans," I said, glaring at Raven, "maybe we can talk." Could the dragon talk? I had no clue. Maybe in his draconic form, Killian could only communicate with smoke signals. Raven's stance shifted as her shoulders relaxed a little.
I was about to reach out, but you beat me to it. I've gathered intel you'll want to hear.
I inched forward, careful not to leave the ward circle. "What is it?"
The Codex. More pages gone missing. The tomes vanishing right before our eyes.
"Vanishing," I echoed. "As in, poof, gone? The Bureau's taken no additional security measures. How many pages are we talking about?"
I don't have an exact number, a few, but enough that we know it's an ongoing and fast-moving attack.
Behind me, Killian let out another low rumble. Whether it was a question or a stomach growl, I couldn't tell, but Raven seemed to take it as the former.
I don't know what the Bureau's doing. They're more tight-lipped as the days pass. But I've been able to confirm that one of the 5 Wisconsin arch necromancers has gone off the grid.
It's like there's no resistance. We can't rely on the Bureau. Something has to be done, even if we have to do it together. Raven's gaze flicked to the vampires flanking her, then back to me.
The thralls that attacked you, Tess. Rumor in necromantic circles is that thralls from a parallel dimension have breached multiple portals to enter our world.
For a moment, all I could hear was the blood rushing in my ears. Thralls from a parallel dimension were gunning for me, because clearly my life wasn't complicated enough. I needed some otherworldly horrors added to the mix, just to spice up my nightmares. I turned back to Killian, half expecting him to have transformed back into his human form so he could say, "Just get this over with." But he was still every bit a dragon, his silver eyes sparkling with orange flames. "Okay," I said, dragging a hand through my hair. "We know exactly where those thralls are coming from, and this is where I bring up that favor." Raven sighed.
Let's hear it.
"We believe the thralls are spilling over from Nyx. There's evidence Miles Donovan was there, and worse, that he was working with rogue individuals determined to alter the multiverse as we know it."
Rogue individuals? Like the arch necromancer?
"It's a strong possibility."
A full-blown interdimensional conspiracy. That's interesting.
"If, by interesting, you mean going to Nyx to face off against skinless armies and rabid thralls, then yeah, it's a real thrill ride." She blinked, her composure slipping.
You can't be serious.
"Unfortunately, I am. Deadly serious. Unless you can think of another way to get answers and stave off entire realms disappearing."
Nyx, huh?
She let out a short, humorless laugh.
Nyx is no place for the faint of heart or those with hero complexes. It will chew you up before you can take 2 steps. Add an arch necromancer to the equation and you're pushing the boundaries of sanity.
I shrugged. Thralls are chasing me and I'm fresh out of options.
And how do you propose to get Tierney and his merry band of elemental gremlins into the heart of the netherworld? Charter a magic school bus? Book a group tour? Oh, wait, let me not guess. You need my vampires to hold your hand and help you across every crosswalk in hell. Is that your ask?
Raven, there's no other way. We need your vampires to keep us from becoming interdimensional roadkill. She shook her head in a sharp, cutting motion.
I will not risk my vampires on a suicide mission, no matter how noble the cause. I'm not the multiverse taxi service.
It's not a noble cause. It's the last cause. My voice spiked with frustration. Consider it pragmatism. What future do your precious vamps have if we don't stop this? If we let the Codex keep unraveling? If we let some creepy-ass arch necromancer keep playing cosmic puppeteer with an army of thralls? I paused to collect my thoughts. I know it's a lot to ask, but the stakes are the highest possible. Endgame high. We need to seal the rift that's allowing those thralls to crawl through before things spiral and the veils between worlds begin to fray. She held up a hand.
I know the stakes. Better than most.
She looked at Killian.
And you think he is the answer? An elemental warrior with access to more magic than any of us could comprehend? He'll burn everything to the ground, Tess. He'll start a war that will consume us all.
I spied Killian, his scales gleaming like rubies in the moonlight. I looked at Raven, pale and deadly. I studied the vampires, still eyeing the dragon like they were trying to decide which part to bite first. He's not looking for a fight, I insisted, even though I wasn't entirely convinced. It's the last thing he wants, but if he doesn't step in to stop what's set in motion, then who will? The Bureau? Do you honestly think they'll get off their bureaucratic asses before it's too late? How many committee meetings and subcommittee meetings and subcommittee of the subcommittee meetings will it take before they clear a plan of action? Killian wants to safeguard our dimension and keep the veils intact, just like we all do. Wow, that last bit came out fangirlish. Major cringe.
He wants to control the situation, Tess. He wants to rule, just like his father and his grandfather did before him. And dragons don't play well with others. They take what they want, burn everything else. And he's not just any dragon. He has a wyvern form. Those gnarly bastards are as rare as they are destructive. You're a fool if you think he'll break that chain.
Okay, that was zero fangirl vibes. A growl rolled through the night, the draconic equivalent of clearing one's throat. A wave of heat swept over us, the air sizzling with energy. Killian was shifting back. The dragon shimmered, blurred, then imploded, collapsing inward, scales dissolving, wings vanishing in a rush of fire and smoke. Embers whirled in a vortex around him, obscuring his form for a few heartbeats. When the smoke cleared, Killian stood before us, naked as the day he was born and unconcerned about it, like that night at his bathhouse. His battle-scarred skin glistened in an otherworldly light with a sheen of sweat, or perhaps it was condensation from the rapid transformation. His chest heaving, his gray eyes blazing with a primal vitality that made my pulse quicken. A thin trail of smoke curled from his nostrils with each exhale. It took every ounce of willpower not to openly gape. I mean, it wasn't the first time I'd seen him naked, but this dragon daddy wasn't just smoking. He was smoking hot. Should I offer him my coat, gather his scattered clothes, pretend this wasn't one of the most awkward moments of my life? Before I could act, Killian raised his hand, his fingers flexing, and his clothes flew toward him, swirling around him like a mini cyclone. I watched him dress with effortless grace, his movements as fluid as a slow dance. He was a force of nature, this man. King, warrior, dragon, wyvern. Why was I still staring? Because I was in over my head. Killian turned to Raven, his gaze meeting hers, a silent challenge bubbling between them. He bowed his head, a gesture that seemed wholly out of character.
You know I don't do anything halfway, Ray.
He spoke to her with an easy familiarity that caught me off guard. Like he knew her, really knew her, on a personal level that had nothing to do with the centuries-old blood feud between their factions. Calm and composed, as if he hadn't just tried to scare the living daylights out of her with his draconic display of power. He held out a hand, palm up. A small orb of orange flames danced to life. The air around us grew warmer, not uncomfortably so, but enough to remind us of the elemental power simmering beneath his skin.
Whatever happens in Nyx, your vampire guard will be under my protection. You have my word, and as a peace offering, I will return the flame of Esgoth that was stolen from your house a century ago, once our mission is complete.
The fireball in his hand pulsed once, twice, then winked out. Esgoth? I've never come across it in the archives. Raven stared into his eyes for a long time. Finally, she let out a slow, measured breath.
I'll give you one vampire. One. Amara or Tristan. They can decide which of them gets the dubious honor. But that's it. Don't ask for more. And don't expect me to clean up your mess when it all goes to hell.
One? One's good. One vampire guide is better than no vampire guides. But the thing is, we need more than just Killian and me waltzing into Nyx. We need to bring backup. Raven's gaze narrowed.
How many?
A handful? A dozen, maybe? I glanced at Killian, hoping for confirmation, or at least a hint of what he was thinking, but he seemed unconcerned.
A dozen?
Raven's eyebrows shot up.
Do you have any idea the kind of energy it takes to guide a single non-walker through a portal, let alone an entire battalion?
A battalion? No, it's more like a highly motivated security detail. I turned to Killian. The stubborn prick continued watching with an infuriating detachment. Right?
Of course, Detective. Just a casual stroll through the netherworld with our bodyguards.
I shot him a glare. Would it kill him to be a little more helpful? How many elemental warriors can a single vampire reasonably usher through the portals into Nyx? I asked Raven.
At most, 3. Any more than that, and the Nexus energy becomes critically unstable.
3 measly warriors? That wouldn't be nearly enough firepower to survive the depths of the netherworld. But I couldn't push Raven any harder, and I didn't want to reveal I was a portal walker capable of shielding 3 more warriors through.
I can take 4.
A smooth, deep voice said. The vampire I assumed was Tristan stepped forward. He was a striking figure with a martial artist's lean physique and finely chiseled features. His eyes, a smoldering amber, held mine with a quiet intensity. He inclined his head toward Raven.
With your permission.
Raven nodded.
So be it.
Her attention shifted to Killian, holding his stare for a long beat before returning to me.
Let me know when Tristan should report for departure. And try to stay out of harm's way on your little field trip. No noble sacrifices. I'm starting to like you.
Tristan's eyes seared into mine one more time before he followed Raven down the trail, melting into the shadows with his brethren. Creepy. Chapter 21. What the hell were you thinking, turning into a fucking dragon? I snapped as I stomped up the stairs to my apartment, Killian trailing behind me.
It worked, didn't it?
His tone was infuriatingly smug.
Those dead bastards will think twice before they ever breathe on you the wrong way.
He shut the door and headed straight for the mini-fridge. He cracked open a bottle of water and downed it in one gulp. Seriously, the entire thing was gone in seconds before he immediately reached for another. Dragons must get serious dry mouth.
I'm famished.
He said, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand.
Got anything edible in here?
It's 4 a.m. You want a meal right now?
Shifting back always depletes nutrients and fluids. I need to refuel.
Resigning myself to the fact that my breakfast plans were going up in smoke, I gestured at the fridge. There's cheese and a slice of cherry pie.
I love cherries.
My traitorous stomach growled as he inhaled every last crumb. Bye-bye, cherry pie. I hardly knew you. I put my hands on my hips, my annoyance growing by the second. And what's with all the roaring and rumbling? Anyone in Madison could have heard you sounding off like a petulant teen, Your Grace. They could have called the cops or—
The ward circle contained the sounds.
He cut me off, his voice maddeningly matter-of-fact. Of course, he had an answer for everything. He spread his arms wide.
If you stop assuming I'm a babbling idiot who acts randomly, we could avoid these tedious conversations.
I knew he didn't act randomly. He was always calculating. The problem was his calculations always landed on the extreme. If everything you do is intentional, what's with the naked thing? We all concede that you are hot, Tierney. Do you really need constant reassurance? I mean, keep it classy, geez. He grinned.
I'm hot? Is that a pun, or did you enjoy what you saw?
Here we go again. The insecure king who constantly needs his ego stroked. This is why we need more females in charge everywhere. His expression sobered.
Your vision is stilted by the human societal lens through which you see everything. Humans have been crushed by shame and the feeble ideologies they have built to avoid being afraid of the dark. For Therians, bodies aren't mere shells to propagate instincts. They are expressive in many ways, including as weaponized deterrents. We do not suppress their voices or their might because they're part of life's delicate balancing act. Our bodies are essential for survival, Madness comes for those who don't achieve balance. Looking hot is the least of our concerns.
And that's why you work out constantly. Not to look good, but to achieve balance. You could meditate instead.
A system in harmony is a system in control. The entirety of life is my meditation.
He assessed my body from head to frozen toes.
You're no stranger to regular physical conditioning. Does it make you shallow?
He had me there. I loved my gym, or used to before my life turned into this never-ending nightmare. I plopped down on the sofa with a loud exhale. I'm just tired of you pushing all my buttons. I don't know what to make of you. One moment you're acting all reasonable, the next it's insane asylum season. He looked at the night sky through the arched window.
The wards here are formidable, but you should stay at the helm to guarantee your safety.
I kicked off my boots, one loud thunk, and then another. Not this again. He'd asked me to hole up in his dragon castle twice already during the 15-minute drive from Picnic Point, and I'd shot him down each time.
The world depends on you.
I dug in my heels. I'm not leaving my home. I might never return from Nick's, and I want to sleep in my own bed while I can. His expression soured as he surveyed the clutter of my apartment. My mind began to churn. The cult of erasure, the arch-necromancer, the Nicte, Miles and his peculiar illusion scars. How did it all connect? How did that hodgepodge of characters all piece together? What was the driving force behind them? And Killian? Killian was a fucking colossal distraction. The further apart we were, the better.
Too much free will is not always a good thing, Tess.
I had zero patience for his fortune cookie bullshit right now. You need to listen to me when I talk, Killian. I'll have no more of your outbursts, no more grandstanding. I asked you not to intimidate Raven, and it was the first thing you did.
I heard you fine, Detective. Why do you think I took one of my smallest forms?
Oh, gods, that was his small dragon. May I never see the larger one? I shook my head. I can't trust what you say. You'll just twist the truth whichever way it benefits you.
I don't recall committing to a zero intimidation policy.
Save it. Moving on, was Raven correct? You are a wyvern?
I have many forms, Tess.
How many?
Stay with me at the helm if you want to find out.
Uh-huh. Right, like that was going to happen. What's the deal with you and Raven anyway? It looked like you two couldn't decide if you wanted to kill each other or do the tango. And don't feed me some bullshit story. If there's something going on between the two of you that could compromise the mission, I need to know.
Are you insane?
He sighed, running a hand through his chestnut hair.
I've crossed paths with Van Zelst at the Bureau. That's the extent of it. But I happen to have in my possession the trinket she desperately wants returned. It has tormented her our entire lives.
The Esgoth flame. He nodded.
An ancient necromantic artifact of great power. It can fully shield the undead from the sun and can enhance their humanity. It can also facilitate faster, more efficient turnings.
How did it end up in your possession?
The Esgoth flame belonged to the Van Zelst house for centuries. When one of their vampires was accused of killing a Therian infant in 1921, my great-grandfather, a hard-ass with a short fuse who wasn't exactly lauded for his diplomatic skills, raided the Van Zelst residence, killed a child in retaliation, imprisoned the house heir in our helm, and stole the flame.
And Raven knew that? The pieces clicked into place. That's what she had wanted all along. Izzy had warned me Raven had an ulterior motive.
She did. And she knew you and I had met, and that you would do anything to solve the murder, so she sought you out offering to help. The vampires were her bargaining chip, and she hoped they would be worth the price of the Esgoth flame.
Why am I surprised? People suck. I was so weary of the deception, the maneuvering, the endless schemes and half-truths. I'd started to like Raven, to feel a kinship with her, a shared sense of purpose. I'm such an easy mark. Killian sat beside me on the sofa, the cushions sinking under his weight.
That's all on her, Tess. Forget it. We have her vampire. That's what matters.
You could have told me this earlier.
I had to be certain.
You had to face her to be certain?
That wasn't my priority. You were. I was there to make sure you'd come back to me in one piece.
Back to you? I was never with you, Killian.
I can't do this without you. We need each other, for better or worse.
Such glowing praise. How could a girl resist strolling through the 9 hells by your side after such sweet talk?
You're the one woman I know who doesn't need to be convinced to walk straight through hell. Are you a masochist, detective, or are my charms so hard to resist?
Don't smack him, Tess. Count to 3. I craved the sound of a good slap, but resisted. Speaking of hell, are you fireproof? I mean, in human form? How does that work? Killian's face lit up.
Funny you should ask. I was about to ask the same question. I mean, not about being fireproof, but about you. What secrets are you hiding under all those shielding layers?
What you see is what you get. Stop projecting your delusions onto me. I'm an investigator at the second-rate Shadow Chasers agency. This is all the square feet I can afford. I am in every way unexceptional. You can ask anyone. Oh, you probably have. I forgot. You're a stalker.
Tell me, or not, the truth has a way of finding me.
Right. Let me not interrupt your ego trip. He leaned in, grin sharpening.
I see you, little butterfly. There are 3 types of supernaturals that can detect Therian energy unassisted. Therians, which you clearly aren't. Illusion mages, which would be surprising given the distinct lack of any signs of it in your family tree. And blood demons.
He blinked slowly like a resting predator.
Are you a blood demon, Hilliard?
Blood demons wielded a potent mix of blood sorcery and dark magic. They could drain the blood out of your veins from a distance, or just siphon the magic from your blood if you caught them on a less homicidal day, among 100 other lethal mage tricks. Wait, did I really hear that? You studied my family tree?
I didn't hear a denial.
I forced a laugh. Sure, Killian, I'm a blood demon, the scariest one in all the realms. Prepare to lose your dragon mojo along with all those other fancy forms you've been bragging about. Shit. He was getting too close to the truth. I should swear off sleeping with anyone ever again. Miles had figured out what I was, and now Killian was edging dangerously close just from simple skin-to-skin touching. His hand shot out, cupping my face. I tried to jerk away, but he outmuscled me effortlessly, his grip firm but gentle. Our gazes locked in a silent battle of wills. His face dipped toward mine, achingly slow as his grip loosened just enough to give me a choice. I could spring off the sofa, put some much-needed distance between us, but I stayed in the moment, caught in the gray depths of his eyes. He kissed me, his tongue sliding against mine like a match to gasoline. I kissed him back with equal fervor because, sometimes, you just have to embrace the crazy and hope you emerge on the other side unbroken. I surrendered to the kiss, and then, bam, the realization hit me. His magic slammed into me, probing the magic in my blood with staggering force. The raw power I felt in him dwarfed anything I'd encountered before in other magic wielders. Even his previous displays paled in comparison. It was like being in the eye of a magical hurricane, winds of insanity whipping around us. Instinct took over. I released my illusion sensors, determined to return the favor. His shields snapped into place with lightning speed, blocking my probe. At the same time, my own veils hardened and expanded, forcing an impenetrable barrier to snap into place between us. We were locked in a breathtaking collision of shields, a staggering show of strength. Tongues tangled as our wills clashed, neither accepting defeat. The dual sensation, the physical pleasure of the kiss, the intoxicating rush of our magic duel, overwhelmed me to my core. Hunger and addiction, lust and possession. I am shattering in place. It felt so good I stopped caring about the consequences. Killian kissed the same way he forced his will upon the world, wildly with abandon and a scorching need to dominate. My heart thundered, my legs turned to lead, every nerve ending lit on fire as if plunging into rising lava. I could feel the heat radiating off his skin, smell the faint scent of smoke and night dew that still clung to him. His fingers tangled in my hair, his grip tightening as our duel intensified, his power a relentless tide threatening to pull me under. A single thought came to the rescue. This flood of sensations is too fucking dangerous. Gathering every bit of resistance left in me, I pushed him away, my breath coming in choking gasps. "What's wrong with you?" I snapped. "What the hell was that?" He leaned back, smug grin on full display.
Silencing tactic.
I didn't have the energy to glare, but tried. My lips still tingled from the electric kiss. A surging buzz raced beneath my skin like a live wire. Killian casually smoothed back his hair.
I should go, Detective. Bright and early, I am to begin the selection process to find 3 elemental warriors that will accompany us to the netherworld.
That snapped me right out of my post-kiss haze. Make that 6. The corner of his mouth rose.
6?
Don't play dumb, Killian. You know damn well I can escort 3 other elemental warriors through the portals. It'll give us the best odds. He studied me for a moment, then nodded.
I am to begin the selection process to find 6 elemental warriors. I'll let you know when we're a go for the netherworld.
He strode out the door, whistling. Way to go, Tess, you tart. He never even pretended to object to me breaking from the kiss or ending whatever might have happened next. Killian was already moving on, as if our clash of magic, our tangled limbs, the raw hunger in his kiss, was a typical moment for him that had meant nothing. It was like I was an okay meal he had already forgotten. The unsettling feeling was more than jilted romance. Gods, what the hell did I just give away? Chapter 22. I slipped into Madison Central Library on West Mifflin Street at 3:45 p.m. sharp, 15 minutes before they rolled down the shutters. Outside, fat snowflakes pirouetted against the massive glass panels that offered a glimpse into the multi-story building. My boots squeaked across the polished floors as I navigated the aisles. A few die-hard bookworms still hunched over tucked-away tables, oblivious to the imminent shutdown. I tried to quell the dread that was growing stronger with every step. This wasn't the netherworld, it was just a library. Sure, a library that housed the first key in the chain leading to Nyx, the dark realm threatening to erase our very existence, but still, just a library. I climbed the wide staircase, rising above the endless rows of books in the fiction section below packed with stories of mystery, adventure, love, loss, epic battles, and the occasional zombie apocalypse. The real magic of our world, human imagination, archived by the thousands. But the magic I was hunting today was personal and a hell of a lot more likely to get me killed. Speaking of personal, Killian's kiss flashed through my mind with an urgency that had nothing to do with magic and everything to do with the way his hand had gripped my hair, the taste of his mouth, urgent and dangerous. Part of me craved a replay just to feel the exhilarating rush again as his untamed power rampaged through me. Another part wanted to grab a bottle of hydrogen peroxide to wash my mouth clean and forget it ever happened. Focus on your priorities, Tess. The second floor was eerily quiet. The rows of bookshelves had been abandoned, and the study rooms were dim and empty. I made my way to the non-fiction reference section at the end of a long hallway. A small study room lay behind it, its door slightly ajar. I pushed the door open, wincing as the hinges protested. The overhead light flickered for a moment, casting wavering shadows on the walls. A quick glance at the wall clock confirmed that Izzy was running late, probably wrapping up her day at the agency. The air crackled, the energy pulsing like a heartbeat, drawing me closer. The first domino, the nexus point. Thankfully, right where it should be. I ran my fingers along the lone shelf on the wall, feeling for the precise location, the focal point where the energy currents converged. There, a tiny indentation in the wood, barely visible unless you knew exactly what you were looking for. Time to get to work. I centered myself, drawing on the well of magic in my core. I directed it at the nexus point, a thread of light connecting my energy reserves to that tiny imperfection in the wood. A low hum vibrated through the floor as the center of the portal cracked open, rapidly expanding. I caught my first glimpse of Nexilus, a realm of swirling mists and floating clumps of bare rock. Nexilus served as a cosmic crossroads, a near-empty world that bridged the gap between countless others. Its emptiness made it the perfect way station for portal walkers traversing the boundaries between worlds. 1 portal down, 7 to go. The door creaked open behind me, shattering my concentration. The emerging portal flickered, its energy signature spiking erratically. My annoyance swung to relief as Izzy rushed in, her cheeks rosy from the cold, a few renegade snowflakes clinging to her hair. Izzy grinned.
Capital traffic in the snow. And I stopped for coffee. I'm not facing portal mayhem without industrial-strength caffeine.
She held up a cardboard tray with 2 steaming cups.
Double espresso, extra shot.
You're a lifesaver, Iz. I took the offered cup, a small comfort in the face of the monumental task ahead. Ready to tip your toes into another world? Her eyes lit up.
You found the nexus? Please tell me you've stabilized it, because I'm not in the mood for a roll of the dice to spit us out into an uncharted dimension.
You're just in time for the fun part, I said, gesturing toward the ripple of energy. Care to help me calibrate our gateway to Nexilus? Izzy sidled up next to me, cracking her knuckles with a loud pop.
Oh, hun, you had me at calibrate.
Once we've stabilized the energies, I'll hop through, check the second portal on the far side, and that'll be it as far as safety checks go. My fingers literally itched to reach out into the portal's pull.
I don't suppose you know anyone who's actually been to Nyx, or any of the other outer nexus points on this little scavenger hunt?
Izzy said with a sigh, her gaze checking the room as if expecting that someone to materialize from behind a chair or under a table. Even if we could find someone who'd been to Nyx and lived to tell the tale, they wouldn't be the trustworthy sort. Rule number 1 of portal travel: never trust anyone who's taken an interdimensional vacation in the nether realms, especially if they offer you directions.
Can't argue with that.
A flick of my wrist, a whispered command, and the Codex Portalis materialized inside a whirlwind of dust, landing on the shelf with a dull thud. My hand paused in midair, inches from the Codex, as my mouth opened in a yawn the size of the Grand Canyon.
Rough night?
Trouble sleeping? My adrenaline never came down after Killian had stormed off. The few hours I managed had been restless, riddled with unsettling dreams, none of which I cared to analyze.
You're going straight home and crashing after this.
Love that plan, I said, already dreaming of my pillow. Assuming, of course, we don't trigger Armageddon in the next 10 minutes. I snatched up the Codex. Its familiar weight was comforting, the worn leather cool against my skin. Please, please, portal sprites, let the pages be intact. Let this whole damn mess not explode in a shower of magical confetti. Then again, with my recent luck, spontaneous combustion of a priceless magical artifact wouldn't even crack the top 10 strangest things to happen to Tess Hilliard this week. Izzy unfurled a hand-drawn map on the table, a mess of colored markers and coffee stains.
Okay, so, Grand Tour itinerary. First stop Nexilus, then a quick hop over to Salerta for an all-systems check. After that,
She shrugged.
we won't know until we snag our undead chaperone, grab Killian and his crew, and pray we don't end up as a happy meal for nether beasties on the way to the main event.
Right, I said, my attention on the Codex. My fingers traced the embossed symbols on its cover, each swirl and line imbued with centuries of magic. But let's get one thing straight. There's no we beyond this library. Your involvement ends here, Iz. You've already gone above and beyond.
I thought maybe I could...
Nope, not happening. I tapped the portal with a single finger, the jolt tingling up my arm. Opening a portal to the netherworld without authorization wasn't just hazardous. It was suicide, and strictly forbidden, I wasn't about to expose Izzy to disciplinary action from the Bureau, or worse. I began to weave the complex pattern of the stabilization spell, my fingers leaving trails of golden vapor in the air. The portal pulsed, contracting and expanding as my magic took hold. Izzy let out a dramatic sigh.
You're the best portal walker I know, Tess. Better than half those stuck-up Bureau portal mages. Pankowski should give you the real cases, the ones that matter. You'd blow them out of the water.
I smiled. What? And risk the wrath of Gideon, Delgado, Nadia, and Marvin. I'd rather face a rabid horde of hellhounds. Our top agents at Shadow Chasers were territorial and insecure. Adding extra competition to the mix wouldn't be a recipe for workplace harmony. I opened the codex. The scent of ancient parchment filled the air. Instead of the familiar table of contents, the book flipped to a yellowed page near the end, covered in swirling glyphs and arcane symbols that shimmered with an ethereal light. I tried to turn the page, but it wouldn't budge. The doorway to Nexilus vanished, replaced by a blinding white light that flooded the room. I blinked furiously, trying to adjust to the light. Izzy's hand found mine, squeezing tight.
Tess, I've heard stories about this light. You've been summoned by the Cosmic Library.
I'd heard the stories too, whispers among academy instructors and students of a power so ancient, so vast that it existed outside the boundaries of the known realms. The Cosmic Library wasn't some hipster book club. It was the highest authority in the multiverse, the ultimate enforcer of order, the cosmic judge, jury, and executioner. You couldn't outrun its reach, and you couldn't get out of it like jury duty when you were summoned. The white light engulfed us completely as the library lights clicked off. Closing time. The energy around the portal intensified. The kaleidoscope gateway pulsed, swirling faster, a vortex of energy tugging at me impatiently. Izzy and I exchanged worried glances. I shrugged. Maybe it's a good sign?
Sure it is,
Izzy said unconvincingly.
Like, hold my beer while I wrestle an alligator good?
I sighed to calm myself. It's not like I have a choice. If I don't go, they'll send a portal warden to retrieve me, and they won't be nearly as polite.
Okay, but do you have to go alone?
It'll be fine. The Cosmic Library isn't known for kidnapping or torturing those they summon. That we know of. And we both know this was not a coincidence. Am I trying to convince Izzy or myself?
Definitely not. That's what has me worried.
The only thing to it is to do it. If I don't come back in an hour, go to Raven and tell her. I hesitated. Tell her to get Killian. Izzy's grip tightened on my wrist.
Raven? Seriously? Of all people?
With Raven, I know the game she's playing. Can't say that for the rest. Overthinking was a luxury I couldn't afford. I stepped into the heart of the portal. The world dissolved into a kaleidoscope of disorienting sensations. My skin tingled as if I'd been dunked in a vat of carbonated fluids. The air was so thick it pressed against my eardrums. For a moment, I was everywhere and nowhere, my body stretched across countless realities. Then, with a sudden snap, I was whole again. My feet touched solid ground and I blinked, my vision adjusting, my senses recalibrating. I stood in a vast library that seemed horizonless, built on a scale that defied comprehension. Everything, the floor, the impossibly high ceilings, the towering bookshelves, was a pristine, almost painful white. The only color came from the spines of the books, each one a vibrant hue, painting a rainbow serpent winding its way to infinity. The silence was absolute, broken only by my heavy breaths. I ran my fingers along the nearest shelf, half expecting a jolt of electromancy, a ward snapping to life, or a magical booby trap. Instead, the sensation was cool and smooth and utterly ordinary. I took a step forward, and the floor beneath me rippled like the surface waters of a disturbed lake, sending tiny waves of energy outward, disrupting the perfect stillness of the library. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding small, lost in the white vastness. No response came, but several books on a nearby shelf began to pulse with an inner light. A heavy volume bound in a rich blue leather slid out from its place and hovered before me, pages fluttering like the wings of a bird. Cheap tricks already? This library has serious customer service issues. I reached for the book. As my fingers brushed the leather cover, a voice echoed in my mind, carrying the weight of the universe.
Detective Tess Hilliard, of the Madison chapter.
The voice boomed, each word settling heavily in my ears.
The Cosmic Library welcomes you. We trust our summons was received without distress.
For sure, I stammered, mentally kicking myself. Tess Hilliard, the smooth-talking genius.
And your portal transit was uneventful?
Absolutely. Unless you count the near collapse of the Nexilus portal, the interdimensional blender ride that felt like being pulled apart by horses, and the general weirdness of, well, everything that happened in the last 24 hours. Other than that, totally smooth sailing.
We are pleased.
Will I seriously be conversing with a talking book the whole time? Clearly, the Cosmic Library didn't value the overall guest experience. A faint sound of shuffling feet answered my unspoken question. I turned and found myself facing a man, if man was even the right word. He stood before an ornate white archway a few feet away, dressed in a long, flowing tunic of the same immaculate white as the library covering him from neck to toe. He was tall and regal, with an otherworldly grace. His golden hair was intricately braided on one side, the other side of his head shaved and tattooed with codex runes that seemed to continually shift shape. He glided forward, his movements so fluid he seemed to float. His eyes, a startling, almost luminous azure, met mine. They were beautiful, captivating, and utterly devoid of warmth or anything resembling human intimacy.
We are pleased to have met you, Detective Hilliard,
he said, his voice echoing with the same strange resonance I'd heard in my mind. Charmed, I mumbled, cringing inside at my awkward word choices. He gestured toward 2 white armchairs that sprouted from thin air. As I took the offered seat, a ridiculous part of me worried it would disappear the moment I sat. My host took the other chair, smoothing the white fabric of his tunic over his legs with unnatural elegance. How could you know about me? I asked, my voice echoing in a void.
The library knows all, Detective,
he replied, his azure eyes boring into me like icy lasers.
All that was, all that is, all that will be.
Then your library must know I have no real authority. He snapped his fingers. A complete tea set materialized atop a white table that appeared between us with a soft whoosh. The white porcelain was as pristine as everything else in this place, rimmed with delicate silver filigree.
You are here,
he said, pouring the steaming tea with royal etiquette.
To speak of the cult of erasure.
I blinked, momentarily taken aback. No beating around the bush, no cryptic pronouncements, no sip of cosmic tea, straight to the point. My kind of guy. Or guys. Or entity. Hard to pinpoint, given his proclivity to refer to himself in the plural. News travels fast, I said, sniffing a cup of tea that smelled a lot like jasmine and lemon. His eyes held mine, and for a fleeting instant I was staring into the depths of terrifying emptiness.
Not nearly fast enough,
he said, his voice shedding most of its resonance. For the first time, it sounded human. I took a sip of the tea, a delicate blend of sweetness and spice that lingered on my tongue. Cosmic nectar, I'll call it when I tell is. All right, I said, setting the cup on its saucer. Let's speak. What does the Cosmic Library have to share about the cult of erasure that warrants summoning a random detective from a backwater dimension?
The chosen are rarely exceptional at the outset.
Oh, well, thanks for the honesty, I guess. What exactly have I been chosen for?
For a century, The cult of erasure has been a plague, attempting to breach the defenses of the White Library.
The White Library? I thought it was the Cosmic Library,
The library exists in two separate wings.
he explained, leaning forward. His eyes softened, taking on the warmer hue of a summer sky. The shift was subtle, but it relaxed the angles of his face, making him seem almost approachable. Almost.
The White Library
He paused, his gaze holding mine.
and the Green Library.
What's the difference?
The White Librarian is the guardian of portals, the protector of the pathways between worlds and keeper of balance.
He paused again.
The Green Librarian is creation's avenger.
Creation's avenger? Now that had a nice ring to it considering the conundrum at hand. A bit on the nose, but effective. So, why not unleash the Green Librarian upon the erasure cultists and be done with it? Snip, snip. Problem solved. The librarian's expression hardened, the warmth in his eyes extinguished like a snuffed candle.
That course of action would incur a heavy cost. Innocents would suffer. Tens of thousands would perish. The methods of the Green Librarian are uncompromising. For this reason, the Avenger has rarely been loosed upon the world. The White Librarian works so that the Green Librarian may enjoy tranquility.
Yeah, I'm with that. Let Green rest. Collateral damage on a multiversal scale sounds unhelpful. And you think I can thwart their plans? I asked, incredulous. When even the White Librarian can't.
The cult seeks to sever the connections between key worlds, to disrupt the flow of magic to the nexus points,
he said, his gaze fixed on a distant point beyond the endless shelves.
This will be done to diminish the library's awareness, to limit our influence. They mean to create a vulnerability they can exploit.
Word on the street, I said, again confused by my word choice. What I heard was they wanted to literally erase dimensions, that they're obsessed with wiping entire realities from existence.
Deception is their shield and their ward.
The librarian said, his voice cold as a dead star.
They covet the library itself. Should they succeed, they would reign over all that exists. Every realm, every dimension, each breath, each dream, eternally.
Miles had been deceived and used. The sheer scale of their ambition staggered the mind. My breaths are my own. These culty bastards need to be stopped. How do I help?
They consider you the linchpin, the key to achieving the first stage of their plan, isolating the netherworld and severing its connection to the rest of the multiverse. If that happens, if the library loses its link to that entire dimension, the veils will weaken, our power will wane, while theirs will surge.
I took another sip of the tea, buying myself time to process. And are they correct? Do I really have that kind of power?
We believe so.
What is this power? I pressed, my frustration mounting. How do I wield it if I have seen no signs of it? Because I'm fresh out of cosmic cheat codes, and the fate of humanity is depending on me to figure my shit out.
That knowledge cannot be revealed to you. Not yet.
This ain't it. Another tight-lipped guardian of cosmic secrets trying to finesse me. I was done with the whole on a need-to-know basis routine. Are you for real expecting me to save the universe and you're not going to tell me how?
For now, you must rely on your intellect and resourcefulness, Detective Hilliard.
His voice sounded as precise as a recording.
Untapped potential exists in all living things. Self-discovery is the real journey. We do not interfere with that unless absolutely necessary. Power that comes too easily destroys too easily.
I threw my head back and laughed. What a crock of shit! The White Librarian raised an eyebrow, the gesture so startlingly human it stunned me.
I have amused you.
No, I said, my laughter fading. You're not funny, but I learned I'm exceptional after all, and that's the funniest thing ever. He stood, his white tunic flowing around him.
Power unearned does not elevate. It pulls you down. The grander impulses turn primal.
You're afraid of what I might do?
No, not at this precise juncture.
This gets more ridiculous by the moment. Okay, so, what you're saying is, basically, that I am tasked with saving the cosmic library, and by extension, the entire multiverse, armed with nothing but my middling detective skills and my lonely girl sarcasm. Right? Oh, wait, I forgot the kicker. I could become a real liability, which would give you no other choice than to unleash your green hitman on me.
Your powers of deduction are impressive, Detective Hilliard.
Gods, was that a flicker of a smile on his face? Right, I've had better offers in my life. Drunk guys at bars have better offers, in retrospect. Maybe you didn't present this better because of the whole existence hanging in the balance thing. You knew that part was a winner. Honestly, does it really matter? If everything hinges on me, we're doomed already.
You underestimate yourself, just as others do.
I took a deep breath, trying to center myself. Okay, say I take you at your word. What would you have me do?
The wheel is already turning. The cult presses forward even as we speak. You must depart for Nyx immediately. Reach the nether realms before this opportunity vanishes. Stop the negotiations currently taking place in Nyx. Safeguard the integrity of the netherworld portals.
Oh, is that all? No problem. Could you send a spreadsheet? For a moment, I thought it might be something difficult.
That is all.
He said, tilting his head as if he'd heard my thoughts but not quite grasped the sarcasm.
The White Library is restricted by our mandate. Direct intervention in the affairs of individual dimensions is forbidden. You are not restricted. Seek out your allies. Tip the scales.
Stopping the erasers, protecting the multiverse. It all felt so impersonal, so abstract, detached from the grief and anger that churned inside me. It's not enough. I want more. I need more. I want to make those assholes pay for all the misery they've caused, for the people they've hurt.
Revenge is outside our concern. The library neither condones nor forbids its pursuit. You choose your path.
I don't need the library's permission. This is my show now. He nodded, his expression settling into cold neutrality. He raised his hand, his long fingers tracing a complex pattern of glyphs in the air. A portal shimmered before me, crackling and spitting energy.
Tess Alexandra Hilliard,
He said, his voice resonating with power, amplified until it seemed to fill the endless library, vibrating through my very bones.
The cult of erasure poses an existential threat, one of the most profound the cosmic library has yet known. We grant you full authority to neutralize the threat by any means necessary. May the destinies favor you, Detective. Go home, for now. And be safe.
The portal opening tugged me in, making my head spin. No Thanksgiving dinner with Izzy and Yasmin tomorrow. No more banter with the cherry pie thief. No more falling asleep to Nina Simone. Just a one-way ticket to a nightmarish parallel dimension, a showdown with a cosmic horror, and a desperate fight to survive. The portal swallowed me whole. Chapter 23. As far as missions went, this had to rank among the least sensible in the grand circus of human idiocy. Tristan the vampire had insisted we hop into Nexus at the stroke of midnight. Why? Moonrise, moonset, and the moon's meridian moment change every night. Are vampires superstitious? Film buffs? His reasons remained locked behind his creepy 1,000-yard stare. I went along with it because, hey, he was the trolley conductor. No Tristan, no mission. Killian and his Therian warriors were on their way. A select squad of 6 Reavers who'd volunteered for this suicide expedition. Or maybe they refused to say no to their revered lord. Either way, they'd be arriving soon, ready to plunge into the swirling vortex of doom with Captain Blood and yours truly. I'd obsessed over this journey for days, planned it, anticipated it, craved it, ever since learning about Miles's dealings in Nyx. Yet now, with one foot practically inside the portal, doubt crept in. that sinking feeling you get when you realize you're in way over your head. It reminded me of the day my dad started training me to swim. He'd sat me down, looked me straight in the eye, and said, first, I must master holding my breath underwater in the bathtub before getting near the pool. 7-year-old me had stared at him, bewildered. But Dad, that's not normal, not unless you have gills. Apt metaphor for my entire life, head underwater without gills. Tristan, predictably, wasn't helping. He leaned against the wall, watching my every move with an intensity that made my skin crawl. I tried to stare him down, to meet his gaze with my own brand of crazy, but those amber eyes were unnerving, like windows into the cold expanse of space. You should try blinking, I said. You know, to shake the zombie vibe.
Your aura is unstable,
He said, ignoring my stellar advice. Thanks for the riveting observation.
It has 3 colors. Why would your aura be tricolor?
I don't know, Tristan. Maybe I'm feeling patriotic today, I retorted, my annoyance growing. You seem to be the expert. Enlighten me. He sneered, his chiseled features twisting into an expression of disdain, his eyebrows drawing together in a dark V.
And you're not formidable.
Ah, stop it. All this sweet talk will make me blush.
You have some potential. Physical strength for someone your size, threads of magic. But you hold it back. You need to exude it.
What girl doesn't enjoy being dissected by a vampire? At least he had appealing cheekbones, a handsome pouty face, and a chic designer trench coat. I think we're covered in the brawn department. Reavers are about as subtle as a sledgehammer, and Killian's a one-man army. Tristan kept watching, trying to discern my signature. Vampires. They had an intense focus, a compulsion that was as hypnotic as it was terrifying.
Where's your dragon?
He said with a hiss. He'll be here. We have 20 minutes till midnight. Killian loves a dramatic entrance. It was no time to worry. It was time to freak the fuck out. Where the hell was he? When we'd spoken, he said he'd get here early. This mission was starting to feel jinxed from the start, but hell would freeze over and serve snow cones before I would share my fears with a vampire. Especially this vampire. I stepped closer to the portal, my senses tingled in anticipation. A deep, guttural roar echoed from the hallway, vibrating through the walls, the floor, my very bones. It wasn't the predatory growl of a dragon. This was different, more chilling, mournful, and terribly wrong. Tristan stiffened, his amber eyes widened, his fangs glinted. What sound? Before I could finish, the portal erupted in a blinding flash of energy. Nausea rolled over me, a sense of vertigo swept into me. I stumbled, my hand grasping for an anchor to steady myself. Tristan's hand clamped onto my arm, his grip like cold iron, but the portal had other ideas. It yanked me in with the force of a black hole, my body contorting, twisting painfully as if being wrung out like a wet rag, bones grinding, muscles screaming. It was a sadistic roller coaster of pain designed to tear and torture by a furious cosmic force. This wasn't the typical quick adrenaline rush portal hop. Oh no, this was a cage match against your own physiology, and gravity was fighting dirty. I slammed onto solid ground, the impact knocking the air from my lungs. The world kept spinning, even if I did not. A dizzying kaleidoscope of distorted shadows, my senses reeling, my stomach churning. I lay there gasping for breath, trying to make it all stop, trying to get my bearings. A heavy thud beside me, followed by a muffled string of curses. Tristan? I croaked.
Rough welcome,
He grumbled, his voice close, but his body still lost in the shadows.
We should not be here. It's all wrong.
I pushed myself up, my vision slowly clearing. We were in a dark place, the air heavy with the scent of damp earth and metal. Rough, uneven terrain stretched out before us, illuminated only by the glow of the portal behind us. Where? I started, but the words died as dread settled over me. This wasn't Nexilus. This wasn't any place I wanted to be. The portal flickered, its light pulsing like a dying heartbeat. Tristan grabbed my arm, his grip urgent.
It's destabilizing. We need to move. Now.
We lurched toward the fading portal, boots slipping on gravel, my vision swimming, only to watch it implode and vanish in a blink. My legs, still wobbly from express teleportation, betrayed me. I pitched forward, bracing for a faceplant against the jagged ground. A force field slammed into me, halting my fall only inches from a pile of rocks. Tristan's levitation magic. An inhuman growl echoed from the darkness, raising the hair on the back of my neck.
Welcome to Nyx.
Tristan hissed, yanking me to my feet.
You better hope your dragon finds you before anything else does.
With that, he spun on his heel and took off like a rocket. Wonderful. Stranded in the netherworld without backup. How did we get to Nyx so fast? Izzy mapped a complex sequence of portals spanning several dimensions that would have taken many hours or even days to navigate. What in the multiverse had just happened? Did we get sucked into a secret wormhole backdoor? And what about Killian? How would he travel the portals without us, and how long would it take? How would he know where we went, assuming, by some miracle, he managed to navigate the Nexus maze? Would he be able to track me in this forsaken wasteland? Would he even try? I closed my eyes, taking a deep breath, forcing myself to calm down to assess the situation. Nights in Nyx were starless, a fact I'd first gleaned from some book at the Runestone Academy's library years ago, and the days weren't much brighter. The realm didn't share its name with the goddess of night for nothing. My eyes flew open, my vision slowly adjusting to the gloom. Shapes began to form in the darkness, jagged bluffs that clawed at the sky like the teeth of gigantic beasts amidst a rugged landscape of loose rocks and scrub. Clusters of flickering yellow lights shone like fireflies in the distance. The options were bad and worse. Stay out here and take my chances with the ghastly things that prowled the Nyctian wild, or risk contact with the Nyctai, the realm's infamous skinless inhabitants. The Nyctae weren't known for rolling out the welcome mat, but they weren't mindless savages either. They had a complex social structure, certain technological advancements, access to earth magic, and could learn to speak foreign languages, as I had learned from my encounter with Commander Zrask. Mentioning his name might be a ticket to safety, or it might get me killed. I was certain that Zrask had as many enemies as allies. Another growl, closer this time, ripped through the silence, not a sound you could mistake for anything friendly. That made up my mind. Time to meet the Nyctae. At least with the gelatinous people of Nyx, I had some reference of what to expect. The things lurking in the shadows. I only had the blood-curdling growl to go on. I picked my way through the uneven terrain as carefully as I could, my anger simmering. Tristan had bailed at the first sign of trouble, probably already halfway to a bloody rampage. Trust a fucking vampire. That should teach me. At least my fanny pack had survived the portal jump. I chuckled like a crazy person. The energy bar inside might very well prove more useful than my mother's precious relics. Moonstones, enchanted pendants, charmed silver and iron shavings, tiny glass runes. Time would tell. I pushed forward, my feet crunching gravel and snapping twigs, every nerve ending on alert. The silence was unsettling, more so than any growl could be. Every shadow conjured a grisly shape in my mind. A clicking sound, like claws on stone, stopped me cold. 6 points of light pierced the gloom. 3 sets of eyes, too large and too perfectly round to belong to anything even remotely human-like. Get ready. Survive. At all costs. I drew my dagger, my fingers tensed around the hilt, bracing myself for a battle for life. If these things flanked me, I was done. My heart pounded faster than I thought possible. As the creatures drew closer, my stomach lurched with a numbing panic. Those weren't 3 separate beings. They were one head with 6 eyes. The creature before me resisted comprehension, a gruesome fusion of insect and reptile. Its body was the size of a buffalo, covered in silver plates that suddenly ignited like backlit mirrors. 6 spindly legs supported its bulk, each ending in wickedly curved claws that could easily tear me in half. Its head was triangular, reminiscent of a praying mantis, but with those 6 glowing eyes arranged across its forehead like a grotesque crown. Mandibles clicked together, dripping with a viscous fluid that sizzled when it hit the ground. I froze, my instincts screaming at me to run and not stand there like a deer in headlights. But there was nowhere to go in this unknown desolation, nowhere to hide. Will any of my mother's arcane relics work here? Magic in the netherworld was notoriously unpredictable, slippery, volatile, untamed. I couldn't get a firm handle on it. All the tricks I'd learned at the academy, the combative spells, the defensive shields, the protective wards, felt woefully inadequate against this opponent. I reached inside my waist pack, fingers curling around the smooth surface of my mother's enchanted pendant. The radiant shard. The creature let out a guttural growl and crouched low to the ground, its muscles coiling, ready to spring. I whipped out the radiant shard, holding it high in my left hand, my right hand already moving, tracing arcane symbols in the air. "Photisma!" I roared, pouring every ounce of will and desperation into the word. "Bring forth the radiance!" A blinding flash of light exploded from the pendant, disorienting the creature. It spun around, snorting, but recovered faster than I had hoped. It roared, shaking the ground, and charged. I rolled aside, narrowly avoiding its snapping jaws. I scrambled to my feet, my hand already reaching for the vial of enchanted iron and silver shavings. I hurled it at the creature. The vial shattered against its chest, and the metallic powder exploded in a cloud of sparks. "Displodey!" I shouted, slamming my will into the spell. The creature shrieked, clawing at its chest as if trying to tear away the burning metal. It was now or never. I seized the opportunity, lunging forward with my dagger, the blade glinting against the creature's mirror plates before sinking deep into its exposed underbelly. The beast staggered, its movements growing sluggish. I pressed on, my dagger flashing as my wind magic swirled around me, forming a fragile shield. The creature's primal rage fueled one last desperate attack that caught me off guard. One of its claws ripped through my defenses, catching my left hand with a force that sent spikes of pain shooting up my arm. Adrenaline at an all-time high, I plunged my dagger deeper, twisting the blade. A sickening crunch echoed through the silence as the blade found its mark. The creature let out an agonized roar before it turned and fled, disappearing into the shadows with an uneven trot. I stood there for a moment, chest heaving, heart pounding. My hand and arm throbbed, a dull ache that pulsed with every beat of my heart. This didn't feel like a victory, more like a short reprieve, the first act in a play that would most likely end with my brutal death by mauling. I tore a swath of fabric off the bottom of my shirt to wrap my wounded hand. The lights ahead had multiplied, a constellation of flickering yellow, blue, and green. Torch flames, enchanted lanterns, phosphorescent crystals, bioluminescent flora, all or none of the above. I had to keep moving. I had to find the Nyctay. If the multiverse, or whatever cosmic entity was currently using me as its plaything, decided to throw me a bone, I might even stumble across one of the rare Nyx portals. The one thing that gave me a sliver of hope was that the creature hadn't used any magic. If that held true for all the creatures in Nyx, I might stand a slim chance to survive a few hours. Killian had said the Nyctay themselves weren't able to wield combative magic, but there was little known about this nether realm, so jumping to conclusions was a surefire way to start off in the wrong direction. I staggered toward the lights, the shadows lengthening around me, the silence closing in, the darkness a suffocating blanket. The Nyctian town was within reach now, and larger than I'd imagined. Thick glass walls reinforced with visibly shimmering wards enclosed a sprawling network of buildings and winding streets. Guards armed with bows and spears patrolled the perimeter. At the single gate into the town, silhouetted against flickering torchlight, stood a figure I recognized. one of the Nictians who had accompanied Miles inside Zrask's mindscape orb, a tall, imposing figure fully dressed in leather armor with eyes that glowed crimson on his skinless face. He's not here for me. Can't be. Just turn and keep walking.
Welcome to Asperia,
the Nictian said, his voice echoing through the space between us.
We've been expecting you.
Chapter 24. The insignia emblazoned onto my Nictian escort's worn leather armor, 3 bold golden stripes bisected by a red hexagon, marking him as an officer of rank in the Nictian army, was the only detail I remembered about him from the holographic projection of Zrask's mindscape orb. Asperia unfolded like a living maze. Narrow cobblestone paths snaked between tightly packed buildings, opening into wider streets paved with porous volcanic rocks. The ink-black night sky was beginning to bleed into a bruised purple. As we ventured deeper into the town, darkness yielded to an unexpected luminescence. Asperia sprawled around a cluster of crystal formations that glowed at its center, bathing the town in a violet blue light. The houses were built with a strange organic, phosphorescent material. Vines, woven into intricate patterns across the walls, glowed with a mesmerizing emerald bioluminescence. The Nicti had clearly mastered the art of bioarchitecture, a necessity for a world that flickered eternally between night and twilight. Every so often, a pair of curious eyes would gleam behind a window, vanishing as quickly as they appeared. The Nictian officer moved beside me with quiet confidence. His 6 fingers, a trait common among his kind, flexed rhythmically on the hilt of the curved sword strapped to his hip. He hadn't uttered a word since approaching me at the town gate. His silence only amplified my unease. We arrived at the largest building in town, a towering structure of polished stone stretching 5 stories high in the heart of a bustling marketplace. 2 guards with horned helmets snapped to attention. The Nictian officer growled something in his native tongue, a sandpaper sound that grated against my ears. The guards stepped aside. The heavy wooden doors groaned open. We entered a long stone corridor lit by oil lanterns that hung precariously from the ceiling. My escort halted in front of an unmarked door that had neither a handle nor a lock. He pressed his hand against the cool stone surface, and the door slid open, revealing a chamber bathed in the ethereal glow of bioluminescent flowers blooming in large ornate planters. I stepped inside, my gaze darting around in search of escape routes. There were no bars on the windows and no guards at the door. A queen-sized bed dominated the space, draped in a lush quilt. 2 fluffy pillows sat at the head, carefully arranged. A cold fireplace stood against one wall, flanked by a high-backed armchair and a small side table. A writing desk sat near the window, with a single feather quill resting on a sheet of paper.
You may rest here,
the Nicte rasped. I appreciate the hospitality, but I don't plan to stay, I told him, eyeing the open door.
He will speak with you soon,
he said, his words unnervingly clear. He'd spent time conversing with humans, his accent softened by practice. Or maybe they offer conversational English classes in Nyx.
You can speak your words to him.
My words? Look, this is a big misunderstanding, a mistake. The portal malfunctioned, it broke, and I ended up in the wrong dimension. If you could point me to the nearest functioning gateway, I'll get out of your hair fast as a heartbeat. Awkward word choice. Like all Nicti, he was as bald as a peeled potato.
He will decide. Now rest.
He? Who's he? The escort turned and left, the door shutting behind him. I paced the room, my mind racing. My injured hand throbbed. Options. I needed options. My search for hints of magic signatures, anything I could exploit, came up empty. That white librarian entity was right. I would have to rely on myself, my wits, my instincts, my chameleonic ability to blend and adapt. At least my illusion sensors still hummed contentedly, my magic core teeming with a steady stream of energy. I stepped to the window. The night had faded to a dull twilight. A smallish nyctay, possibly a child, scurried down the street, clutching a leash attached to a creature that resembled the unholy offspring of a tortoise and a poodle. Its phosphorescent shell pulsed green as the tortoise poodle pranced along on 6 graceful furry legs. The bed with its invitingly soft pillows beckoned me. If I closed my eyes for a moment, I'd drift off into a blissful slumber. Sleep deprivation during the past week had become my hazy companion, but even a quick nap meant letting my guard down. Time blurred into a monotonous green soup, courtesy of the bioluminescent flora. 30 minutes? 3 hours? Who knew? The silence was so profound it felt like a palpable substance, pressing in from all sides. Exhaustion gnawed at the seams of my sanity, threatening to pull me apart. The door opened, startling me. A Nyctian guard with a grotesquely scarred, gelatinous face bowed his head.
Hey, sis, you now.
The mangled syllables oozed out in a thick accent. I rose to my feet, ready to follow him, but instead of leading the way, he stepped aside, his stance rigid as a board, his crimson eyes fixed on a point above my head. The signature of the man who stepped into the room slammed into me like 1,000 bee stings. The surge of dark magic flooded my senses, momentarily collapsing my illusion veils, sending my core thrumming with chaotic energy. I fought to regain control against the potent cocktail of dark sorcery and forbidden ritualistic proficiency. The man was about 6 feet tall, lean, clad in a navy blue robe studded with silver stars and crescent moons. His long dark hair was streaked with silver, framing a face that was both old and unsettlingly ageless, a result of a life spent diligently avoiding sunlight. His beard was neatly trimmed, lending him an air of scholarly respectability. All he needed was a pointy hat and an owl, and he'd have the full-on wizard fit. The arch-necromancer Raven warned me about. He dismissed the guard with a wave. The guard retreated, closing the door quietly behind him. The necromancer's charcoal eyes narrowed in detached curiosity.
Detective Hilliard, I presume. You must be wondering why you're here.
I am here due to a portal malfunction and an unexpected detour. If you could direct me back to my dimension, I wouldn't want to impose on your hospitality any longer than necessary.
Ah, the innocent bystander routine. Show me the door and I'll be on my way.
His voice had no mocking tone, but he was clearly amused.
Unfortunately, you're not a convincing actress.
It's the truth. What are you implying? He ignored the question and walked to the fireplace. A snap of his fingers roared the fire to life.
You broke into Nyx for the purpose of disrupting meticulously laid plans, fighting off villains, and playing the savior. A foolish notion, albeit commendable.
In your hypothetical scenario, there are villains here in Nyx.
The only villains in this story, Detective Hilliard, are the cosmic librarians,
he said, his voice hardening, eyes blazing with a righteous fury that surprised me.
They perch on their ivory thrones, using their unelected authority to suffocate the multiverse, to stifle innovation and block new realities, to hoard power and knowledge for themselves.
Ha! Unexpected villain monologue. I wasn't prepared for a philosophical treatise from an arch-necromancer whose basement was likely full of thralls.
They claim to be guardians and protectors,
he continued, his voice rising.
But they are nothing more than tyrants. They fear change. They fear progress. They fear anything that challenges their dominion.
Let me guess. The Erasure cultists are misunderstood heroes who are going to liberate all worlds from the oppressive yoke of librarians. Is that your bedtime story? The one all good little wannabe dictators tell themselves? Look at me. I'm not power-hungry. I just want to free everyone, then crush them under my iron-fisted rule because only I know what's good for the people. A flicker of surprise flashed across his face, a brief crack in the hardened facade. The fact that both Miles and the White Librarian had specifically mentioned the cult of erasure was news to him. I might have overplayed my hand, revealed too much too soon, but the truth was, there was no way he was going to let me walk out of here. I was cooked, no matter what I said or did. His lips thinned into a harsh line.
We intend to wrestle control from the librarians and restore it to the individual realms where it belongs.
Oh, right, I scoffed. Because a vast multiverse governed by a patchwork of conflicting laws and regulations is such a surefire recipe for peace and harmony between realms. No chance of injustices, unrest, or wars with that flawless plan, eh? Read a book. When has that ever worked? He brushed aside my comment.
Those are the lies of history. A central power always ruled, even if they pretended the power was spread evenly to all regions. Propaganda spread by the established order. You don't have to understand it, Detective Hilliard. Your role is to help make it happen.
Of course, everyone from Miles to the White Librarian to this narcissistic psycho seemed convinced I would have a role in taking down worlds, though no one was willing to elaborate. No one tells the pawn anything. I crossed my arms, ignoring the way my scars tightened under my clothes as if trying to burst out. I think you might be beyond help, because if you think kidnapping me is going to make the Cosmic Library hand over the keys to the multiverse, you're sadly mistaken. If he was annoyed, he didn't show it.
I am quite aware the librarians find you expendable, but that's not what's happening.
Then why am I here? Wait, I got it. You need to hold someone captive to have a captive audience for your delusional monologues.
8 years ago, a power was bestowed upon you. Your blood was primed for this moment. Embrace it, Detective Hilliard. It is your destiny.
Was it my scars he was referring to, or my illusion magic? According to Miles's cryptic video, the scars were the thing, but how they triggered a universe-altering power remained a mystery. One more secret in a parade of secrets. Being the last to know pissed me off. Specifics would be nice if you're trying to recruit me into your little world domination scheme. Maybe there's something in it for me. He cocked his head to the side, studying me like I was a particularly fascinating lab rat.
The extent of your knowledge is irrelevant. Our immediate objective is to isolate the netherworld, to sever its connection to the rest of the multiverse for an indefinite period.
A little quarantine for the netherworld, huh, Archie? And you need my help with this disappearing act? Maybe you want me to handle the farewell party for the departing dimensions, streamers, confetti, that sort of thing?
Such a reliance on ludicrous comments to mask emotion. You even twist my title into a name. Tedious. I am Kairos.
His lips twisted into a chilling smile.
Your perspective is limited. Severing the connection is well within our own capabilities. Years of meticulous preparation have ensured that. We don't require your assistance for that mundane task. Your role in the grand design is far more nuanced.
I chewed on that, my unease growing. Nuanced? Is your explanation nuanced? Because I don't understand at all. Are you expecting me to keep the netherworld functioning like I'm some cosmic battery while you jet off to wreak havoc on more worlds?
Intrigued, are we?
He made a throat noise, a chuckle perhaps, a low, dry sound that scraped against my nerves.
Excellent. A dash of curiosity makes the inevitable much more delicious.
Kairos settled into the armchair by the fireplace. His gaze lingered on me. I fought the urge to blast his unsuspecting head with a mini tornado.
Only a very small, very select inner circle is privy to the true nature of your involvement. You see, we have stumbled upon a treasure trove, a vast reservoir of untapped, unexplored magic pulsating within the netherworld's core. A magic so potent it defies all boundaries and transcends comprehension. Power that can turn back time. Imagine the implications. The ability to selectively alter history, to rewind and reshape reality to suit our vision. With a snap, we could neutralize nuclear weapons or create them.
His eyes mirrored the predatory glint I'd seen in that six-eyed beast I fought in the wild.
Imagine a power so absolute it could bend every single world to our will. We will unleash this behemoth and claim it all. Sealing off the netherworld is a necessary precaution, ensuring neither the Cosmic Library nor the Bureaus nor any other arcane authority can intervene.
It wasn't just Miles who had it wrong. Even the White Librarian had been woefully off the mark. Neither had grasped the full picture, the terrifying, world-shattering scope of the cult's ambition. A cold wave of misery washed over me. I'd been played. The cult of erasure had manipulated my every step, from that damned library portal in Sun Prairie to this godforsaken Nix town. I was right all along, I said, my voice flat, tired. Absolute power is the real endgame. The rest, the liberation, the new world, equality, peace, it's all a bullshit spin. He chuckled.
That's our little secret, Detective. We don't want the rank and file to get wind of our long-term intentions, not yet.
But you're fine with your virtuous inner circle knowing a bunch of psychos who lie and betray in every direction and crave ultimate control. His gaze turned sharp, assessing me.
Savian had you pegged. An annoying delight with a hit or cynical insight.
Savian? Who the fuck's Savian? The name meant nothing, but the way he said it triggered a slow panic.
Let's not labor the finer points. The outcome is set. The launch of a new world order, we can accomplish this. Together, we all have our roles to play.
Enough nonsense. What's my role? I don't care if it's as a human sacrifice or whatever. Just spit it out, Kairos.
Oh no, young Tess.
He smiled, all teeth.
You underestimate yourself. You're much more than a mere sacrifice. You're the safeguard that makes the impossible possible. To harness this power, to siphon it from its source, we need a conduit, a fixed horizon. You are that human vessel. Your blood has been pristinely primed to the necessary specs.
Conduit. There's that word again. Why me? Did you run out of fanatics at the last EvilCon convention?
Each and every scar crisscrossing your body is a unique transmitter, years in the making. You will channel the magic to us like a living, breathing power line.
Some deep-fried Tess for their Thanksgiving turkey. Us? I echoed. Who is us?
The cult elders.
His voice was smooth, seductive even, the whisper of a viper offering up its venom.
The architects of the future, the chosen, the enlightened, the ones who will wield the ultimate power.
Talk about lacking self-awareness. You went to a lot of trouble dragging me here, but I'm not the only one with hocus-pocus scars. Miles Donovan showed me his. He scoffed.
Donovan. I always knew he was a chump, a useful idiot for a time, but ultimately expendable. All members of the cult of erasure bear similar markings, but they possess limited capacity for power transference. You, on the other hand, are a full-fledged conduit from head to toe.
Then why not pool your resources and do it yourselves? You know, teamwork makes the dream work, and all that cultist jazz.
Because that much power transference will be messy. You are about to be the multiverse's most magnificent lightning rod, absorbing the power of 1,000 electrical storms, channeling it, refining it. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but the conduit always burns out.
Don't sugarcoat it, you nutcase. How am I so lucky as to be roasted in the name of progress?
I wish I had a better answer,
he said, his hand reaching out. I recoiled as his fingers brushed my cheek.
But you were simply there. Savian saw the opportunity and took it. A blank canvas brimming with possibility. A fledgling mage young enough to be molded into the perfect instrument with careful preparation. And now you are here, ready to fulfill his vision.
Savian. The name echoed in my mind like a gunshot, the last piece of the puzzle clicking into place. Savian was the illusion mage who had materialized in our home library that rainy night 8 years ago. The monster who had murdered my parents, the one who had marked me. Savian was the architect of my nightmares and the architect of the cult of erasure. My tormentor then, and my tormentor now. You better hope Savian has a backup plan, because I'd rather gargle glass than help you fascist psychos rewrite reality.
There are worse fates, Ms. Hilliard.
Like, say, tearing a man apart piece by piece. Who killed Miles? Was it you or your Lord Savian? Where would I find this monster? I want to thank them in my own special sort of way.
Donovan had become unpredictable. When that happens, a member becomes expendable. After he failed to deliver you at Sun Prairie, he refused to cooperate and lead you to a stronger portal. His sentimental attachment to you got him killed.
He paused, his lips twisting into a cruel smile.
He insisted on ensuring your safety during the power transference, the weak fool. We acted quickly to ensure his silence. I see now we were too late.
The casual cruelty of his words, the lack of remorse, twisted my gut. Murder was no more significant to him than ordering a cup of tea. You murdered your comrade in cold blood. Did you use thralls to do it, or your Nictian monsters?
Both, but their success was owed to a Frostlock demon. Always a wise choice to freeze an opponent's magic, don't you think?
Thank you for sharing the precise details of your treacheries, I said, my voice a shard of ice. I'll be sure to include as much as possible in my Yelp review of this charming, out-of-the-way kidnapping destination.
It matters little now,
he said, almost sympathetically.
It's far too late for regrets, and it's far too late for you.
He clapped his hands.
Seize her!
2 Nictian guards burst into the room. They were upon me before I could reach for my dagger, before I could blink, their hands clamped onto my arms, pinning them to my sides, hurting me. I writhed and squirmed, every muscle aching taut with adrenaline.
Hold her still,
the arch-necromancer Kairos instructed. He stepped closer, holding a small sphere. Its surface swirled with shadows. A mindscape orb. Panic surged through my core. I struggled against the guard's iron grip, hissing, kicking, trying to bite anything within reach.
Don't fight it,
Kairos said, as if soothing a spooked horse.
It will take but a moment. I'll extract a few memories to verify nothing crucial was missed.
How about you take that orb and shove it? Kairos flicked his wrist, and a wave of dark energy slammed into me, pinning me in place. My wind magic sputtered before it could ignite. He pressed the orb against my forehead. A jolt of pain detonated in my head. I screamed, but the sound stuck in my throat. Images flashed through my mind, fragmented memories, distorted and jumbled, ripped from all context like book pages thrown into a blender. I fought back, slamming my mental shields down with all the force I could muster, but it was like swimming through quicksand. The onslaught of the orb overwhelmed my defenses. The door exploded, splintered wood and chunks of stone spraying in every direction. Tristan stood in the doorway for a split second, his eyes blazing like red-hot coals. He moved with a speed that defied physics, a whirlwind of fangs and bloodlust. One moment the guards were holding me fast, the next they were crumpled heaps on the floor, their limbs twisted at unnatural angles, their necks broken. Kairos staggered back, blindsided, losing precious seconds. Tristan was on him. Before he could recover his bearings, the vampire's bloodied hands wrapping around his throat. The choking necromancer raised his hand. A tendril of smoke snaked through the air, a dark, writhing serpent of necromancy. Tristan stiffened, his hands dropping to his side like his strings had been cut.
Such a loyal pet. Who do you belong to, vampire? No matter. Even the most devoted can be persuaded to change their allegiance.
I felt the tidal wave of necromantic energy he unleashed into the vampire slam into me as if I had targeted it myself. A subterranean chill seeking to corrupt, then control. Tristan roared, his body contorting, his movements spastic. He got to him. The asshole is inside Tristan's head, forcing a bond. Tristan, snap out of it! The vampire's head pivoted to me, his fangs bared and dripping blood. Tristan, If you're in there, now would be the time for a smart-ass comment, followed by ripping this creep's head off.
Secure the prisoner.
The necromancer commanded. Instinct took over. I reached out, pushing past the pain, past the fear, past the mind-numbing pressure in my skull. My illusion sensors probed the necromancer's core, hunting for a chink in his sadistic armor. I poured every ounce of will and every speck of magic into the assault until I latched onto his dark sorcery. It was my lifeline. I pulled it toward me, wrapped it around my body like a shroud. The necromancer resisted, an angry fury crashing against my core. I pushed back, twisting his hate magic with a deafening roar, channeling it into the feeble vampire. It all happened so fast, Tristan's fangs were inches from my throat when he froze, his darkened eyes locked on mine. I felt the unnerving depths of his mind as clearly as my own, as if I was his dark maker pulling his strings. For a heartbeat, my eyes met the stunned necromancer's eyes. He thought he had planned for everything, but he hadn't planned for Tristan. My grip on the stolen magic teetered. "Take me out of here," I told Tristan, darkness cutting through me like a river of ink. The vampire scooped me into his arms and bolted out the door, through corridors, past more crumpled bodies. Note to self, never piss off Tristan, and into the streets of the citadel. Houses and silhouettes blurred past as he raced to the edge of the town, leapt over the towering glass wall, and sprinted into the wild beyond. We didn't stop until we were far from Asperia, and his legs finally gave out. Tristan dumped me onto the ground, rather roughly, his chest heaving. Kairos had been caught with his guard down. Tristan was an unexpected variable, a vampire who, for whatever reasons, came to my rescue. Hell, I was caught off guard by the whirlwind vampire avenger. But it was more than that. The arch-necromancer was stunned by my ability to invade his core and siphon his magic. I doubted he knew I was an illusion mage. The bastard Savian must have improvised on a whim and kept that little detail to himself. I wanted to know. Now I knew. I had really tried to imagine the worst, but my imagination failed. Chapter 25.
What did you do to me?
Tristan demanded, finally catching his breath. His eyes turned a sickly green as he pinned me with a stare that made me feel like a bug under the microscope. I shrugged, trying to ignore the insane hammering of my heart against my ribs and the echo of necromancy in my mind. I don't know. I reacted on instinct, a spur of the moment, oh crap, we're about to die kind of thing. A muscle ticked in his jaw.
You hijacked my mind. Instinct doesn't do that. Instinct makes you run or fight, not harness vampires.
I have no idea how it happened, I insisted, the memory of our linked minds more than a little disturbing. The necromantic magic in Nyx, it's different, unrestrained, wild. Maybe it messed with my magic, amplified it.
Swear, you won't ever do that again.
It sounded less like a request and more like a command. The truth is, I saved you, buddy, and might have to do it again. Trust me, the last thing I want is to return to that icy abyss you call a mind. Once was more than enough. He grumbled, clearly not finding my answer satisfactory. You shouldn't be complaining, I shot back. If I hadn't reacted, you'd be his meat puppet for all eternity, and I'd be a fucking human battery. I'd completely lost access to the necromantic power that had given me control over Tristan, but the sticky, foul residue of that dark energy clung to me, pushing against my illusion veils. It made my skin crawl. Tristan's head whipped around so fast I could swear I heard a crack in his neck.
Why didn't you let me loose on him while we had the chance? I could have ended that miserable swine right then and there, ripped his throat out, feasted on his blood.
The vicious image he painted appealed to me more than it should. That joined a lengthy list of things to discuss with a therapist later. It wouldn't have worked, not for long. I was losing my grip on you, fast. He'd have yanked your mind back in seconds. I'm no match for an arch-necromancer, Tristan. I caught him off guard, but he won't make that mistake twice. Tristan brushed his ash-blonde hair back from his face, saying nothing, but his entire tense body radiated frustration. "Why did you come back, Tristan? Why did you help me?"
My charge was to protect you at all costs.
He said flatly as if it were a matter of little consequence. Raven had saved my ass. That was one good thing. A vampire bodyguard with a hair-trigger temper, on the other hand. Not completely reassuring, but thanks, I guess. Then how do you explain taking off in the first place? He studied the horizon as if it held the answer.
Portal hunting.
I raised an eyebrow.
No luck. We'll have to venture deeper into this hellscape until we find a way out.
I can barely take another step, I said, fatigue and the sharp pain in my injured hand finally hitting full force. We need to rest, and I need water and food. I'm lagging. My body is shutting down. He opened his trench coat, revealing an inner lining that looked like something out of a spy movie. Straps, pockets, and the glint of metal. A switchblade, a dagger, enchanted coins, a pocket watch, a compass, vials, herbs, and 3 leather flasks. A vampire survival kit. He handed me a large Band-Aid. He'd noticed my injured hand.
Snatched these from the town marketplace,
he said as he pulled out a flask and offered it to me.
Hope that's water and not some local homebrew.
I uncorked the flask and sniffed its contents. I poured a few drops onto my palm, cold water, glistening and crystal clear. Tristan, you're a genius, I said before taking a refreshing gulp.
Pace yourself. We don't know if we'll find more water.
What about you? Don't you need sustenance? I hoped it wouldn't come to the point where I'd have to offer him my blood to keep him alive. I mean, healthily undead. They don't prepare you for this at the academy.
I'll manage,
he said, his eyes dropping to the soft pulse of the carotid artery in my neck.
Come with me.
He led me to a nook beneath the shadow of a jutting cliff, a natural shelter from the elements and prying eyes. He spread out his trench coat on the rocky ground. Chivalry apparently wasn't dead, just undead. Tristan bent over and took a small vial out of the coat. He drew a semicircle on the ground with the blue liquid.
To mask our scent. You have 30 minutes. I'll keep watch and then wake you.
I didn't argue. I curled up in the center of his coat, careful not to disturb his treasures, resting my head on cool stone, clutching my throbbing hand. Inhaling the leather and smoky scent of his coat, I drifted off. When Tristan shook me awake, I had no idea how long I'd slept.
There's something in the air,
Tristan said, crouching beside me.
They're coming for us.
I rubbed my groggy eyes. They? Who's they? His head snapped up like he had caught a whiff of danger. He pointed at the horizon. A crimson glow spread across the sky like a bloodstain, moving our way. Fast. What toxic substance could turn the Nictian sky red?
We have a minute or two before they're here. Do we fight or flee?
I don't suppose there's a hidden pocket portal in your magical coat. His fangs descended with a sharp whoosh. I'll take that as a no. They know what they're dealing with, I said, my eyes fixed on the approaching crimson tide. We don't know what we're dealing with. He pulled me to my feet and shrugged on his coat like a reflex. I handed the water flask back to him to tuck away inside the coat, my stomach twisting. We had no choice but to run and keep running till we found a portal, or Killian found us. If the cult got their hands on me, it was over. For us, and for the world we'd sworn to protect. A growing crimson cloud sliced through the sky ahead, spreading fast like the wings of a giant eagle. There was nowhere to hide. Whatever was hunting us approached from all directions. We were outmaneuvered and outnumbered. I'm firing my travel agent when we get back. The red glow shifted, swooping out of the sky in a swirling mist and pursuing us with terrifying speed. 3 dark shapes hurtled out of the mist, all claws and teeth and bad intentions.
Demons!
Tristan said, nostrils flaring. More shapes emerged from the red haze, their ravenous eyes glowing with predatorial lust. I spotted 5 Nicti standing in the distance, maybe more lurking just out of sight, not like the Nictian guards in Hesperia. These were ferocious warriors, their faces painted with black tribal ink. The demons closed in, their hair-raising shrieks muting my ears. They were a full foot taller than Tristan, their leathery skin a patchwork of black, gray, and maroon. Their powerful legs ended in 2 cloven hooves that struck the ground with a resonant, menacing thud, leaving sparks in their wake. Sinewy, lean metallic scales ran down their demon backs like some weird biomechanical experiment. Twin twisted horns jutted from their foreheads, curving forward. Their faces were dominated by 2 mismatched eyes, one glowing with an intense red, the other a dark, empty socket. Tendrils of scarlet smoke warped the air around them as if they had just been forged in blood fires. They were death itself. I prepared for the end. Horns and hooves seemed like a cosmic joke, but I suddenly remembered. Horns and hooves meant these were minor demons with minimal supernatural abilities. Okay, so I panicked a little. It's been a day. The only way to kill these things was to remove their heads. It severed the connection to whatever infernal realm fueled their existence. That's no easy task when the demons are actively trying to make you their new chew toy. I felt every drop of their abysmal, oppressive power thrumming within my blood, but I couldn't tap into it, control it, or even understand it. And that was probably a good thing. That way lies madness and all that. Tristan pulled me behind him so a nearby bluff would guard my back while he guarded my front.
Stay here.
A long, ragged howl ripped from Tristan's throat, catching me off guard. Vampires were silent killers. They stalked their prey from the shadows, but he was channeling rage. His fangs glinted in the twilight as he charged headlong into their manic advance. He took down the first demon with brutal efficiency, twisting its head clean off its body with a sickening snap-crunch sound. And I immediately feel sorry for the demon while fighting demons. Tristan leapt over the beheaded body and slashed 2 Nictian throats so fast I barely registered what had happened. The remaining demons snarled and lunged for Tristan, their claws slicing through the air frantically. The vampire, a silhouette of lethal grace, sidestepped with inhuman speed, landing a bone-cracking punch to one demon's ribs. The demon howled, sharp spikes erupting across his body like a porcupine from hell. The second demon attacked Tristan from behind, its horned head lowered for a goring strike. The vampire dropped to a crouch, spinning on his heel to deliver a sweeping kick that sent the demon sprawling. He leapt onto the demon's prone form, his lengthy fangs sinking into its throat. The first demon unleashed a burst of scarlet energy, the blast scorching everything in its path, including Tristan's coattails. Both demons jumped on Tristan, digging their claws into the vampire's back and abdomen. My heart pounded as I fumbled for the glass runes in my fanny pack. "Dynamis!" I shouted as I hurled the runes at Tristan. "Grow in strength!" Supercharging a vampire, definitely not a thing one should ever do, but desperate times. Tristan exploded from beneath the demon pileup, the front of his shirt in tatters, bloody wounds striping his face. He hissed in fury as his skin struggled to knit together. He whirled around, eyes blazing with thirst for vengeance. His fist collided with the nearest demon's face, the impact reverberating in my energy field. The wheezing demon staggered, then crumpled face first, its skull fractured. Tristan whirled around to face the second demon, now charging with a croaking battle cry, but the vampire widened his stance to meet its charge. The sudden impact dazed the demon. In a flurry almost too fast to see, Tristan twisted the demon's arm, snapping bone and sinew, and drove his knee into its abdomen. The demon coughed up a splatter of black blood, collapsing into a heap. Tristan's boot stomped the demon's head again and again until its vertebrae were crushed and the skull separated from its neck. The first demon darted toward me with startling speed. Oh, good gods! I flailed my arms, channeling everything I had into a wind vortex. Adrenaline and fear mixed a hell of a cocktail of magic, or maybe the residual energy from the rune spell boosted me. Whatever the reason, I spun the biggest, baddest whirlwind I'd ever conjured. It blasted into the demon, lifting it off the ground and hurling it violently into the rocks. Supercharged Tristan seized the opportunity, grabbing the demon's head with both hands and spinning it until the loud snap echoed like a gunshot. The demon's body went limp, slipping to the ground like a noodle. Behind Tristan, the 3 remaining Nyctae hovered helplessly in midair, trapped by his levitation magic. When did he do that? Lesson of the day. Never, under any circumstance, mess with a supercharged vampire. Breathing heavily, Tristan stood amidst the carnage covered in demon pieces. The faint glow of his regenerative power illuminated his face as it stitched itself back together. He surveyed the fallen demons, his expression one of cold satisfaction. He flashed me a fang-filled grin. His body jerked violently as a thick, silver bolt exploded through his chest, splintering his heart into 1,000 pieces. Tristan teetered as his smile dripped away, becoming a crimson ribbon before his body tipped forward and landed with a thud on the ground. Chapter 26. Kairos stood on a bluff 50 feet away, his giant crossbow fixed on me. "You won't release that arrow, you psycho. You need me." Crimson invaded the sky. More demon hordes poured over the horizon, their spine-chilling shrieks piercing the air. I dropped to my knees. I flipped Tristan's body over. His eyes were glassy, his mangled chest completely still. Something inside me snapped, shattering the carefully constructed dams holding back my true nature. My concealed scars burst across my skin with a stinging pain. I roared like a wounded lion. The unearthly sound curdled my own blood. Green runes ignited on top of the scars, glowing like emeralds, pulsing with a power that felt familiar and unreal at the same time. My mother's warding magic. Why did I never imagine it was part of my inheritance? Power churned in and around me like a cyclone gathering force. All runed up and pissed to the nth degree, I unleashed my sensors and drove them deep into the necromancer's core, siphoning his dark energy. I didn't just tap his reserves, I was draining them dry. Mother's rune magic shielded my core from the energy backlash. Those cursed illusion marks that marred my skin activated, turning me into a conduit, a channel for raw power transference. It was a terrifying sensation, a feeling of limitless potential, like housing a nuclear reactor in my gut. I sank huge torrents of the necromancer's magic into Tristan's chest, willing him back to life, to his eternal undeath. Energy streamed through my blood in swells of white-hot agony, flooding into him. I had no idea what I was doing, but I couldn't stop. Heal him, damn it! Bring Tristan back to me. Magic stormed inside me like a trapped beast, threatening to rip me open. I would not survive. I had to let it go, to break the connection before it broke me. Of that I was certain. No, screw that. Caution be damned. Tess Hilliard, the PI who valued restraint above all, had left the building. The illusion mage I'd hidden away for 8 long years assumed control, and she was hungry. I fought against my own destruction, directing the overload of energy into Tristan's shredded heart, ignoring the agony in my own chest. "Let go, Tess. You can't win this battle." "No." Words ripped from my throat of their own volition, an ancient blood spell I'd only seen once on paper. "Sanguis vitae renovare." Suddenly, I gained control, guiding the dark magic inside Tristan's body, weaving it with my own life force and the magic of my mother's runes. I tore the bandage from my injured hand, wincing as the wound reopened. I squeezed a single bead of blood into Tristan's ravaged chest, the catalyst needed for the dark ritual. Seconds passed, nothing. I had to let go, but before I did, the ache searing my chest vanished. Tristan gasped as his eyes snapped open. He spat up blood and bile that splattered onto the ground. I watched, transfixed, as his rib bones fused together and the flesh of his heart mended. His piercing amber eyes found me. My breath caught in my throat. He no longer gazed upon me with cool detachment. Instead, I saw the most unexpected quality: devotion or loyalty. I had seen him like this before. Tristan looked at me now the way I had seen him look at Raven. Not this. I didn't ask for this. Fuck my life. Bringing him back had forged a bond, a necromantic link, a chain that tied his life, his undeath, to mine. Tristan was bound to me, and Raven would surely have my head for this. Stay focused. I'll deal with that fallout later. Right now, a demonic tsunami was falling from the heavens, a crimson tide of destruction. I had to act fast to harness and solidify this vampiric connection, or Tristan might break free and succumb to the insatiable hunger of newborn vampires. There was one way out, the narrow path carved by Tristan when he became that demon-killing machine. The ground was bloody and full of body parts, but ran away from the oncoming assault. "Tristan," I said, lifting his face with both hands. "We gotta move." He blinked, awareness snapping back into his eyes like a flashbulb. He scanned the horizon, senses triggering. He snatched me off the ground like a set of keys, just as the first demon burst through the red haze. 2 more demons materialized. 5, 10, 15. They all landed and then froze, held back by an invisible leash, their mismatched eyes fixed on the lone figure on the bluff. Kairos, pale and glistening with sweat, leaned heavily on an enchanted staff, a twisted hunk of dark wood topped with gleaming metal. The necromantic energy transference I had forced on him had clearly taken its toll.
"Kill the vampire,"
he barked.
"Take the woman alive."
The demons, frothing at the mouth, surged forward as one, a battering ram of hellish fury. I felt depleted, my own magic core a deflated balloon. Every spell, every trick, every pulse of power stolen from Kairos went into bringing Tristan back. I scraped together the last tendrils of rune magic to weave a green energy shield around us like my mother had done countless times. Tristan sprinted through the chaos, clutching me to his chest, weaving around the bodies and over rough terrain. More demons materialized from the crimson mist, hot on our heels, slashing at my shield with long, gnarly claws. Tristan ran straight at Kairos, a brilliant, strategic move, if slightly reckless. The necromancer wouldn't risk another shot at Tristan, not with me, his precious conduit, in Tristan's arms. I knew the shield wouldn't hold out for long. Beads of sweat raced down my forehead into my eyes. My limbs felt heavy. My focus wavered. The edges of the shield weakened. A crack appeared in the emerald energy, spreading like a spiderweb. A demon's claws raked across Tristan's back, tearing through his already shredded shirt. I grew faint as I struggled to pull oxygen into my lungs. A heart-stopping growl ripped across the battlefield, followed by the whip-crack of leathery wings cleaving the air. A swift gust of wind whipped my hair across my face. A dark shadow swept over us, blotting out the sky. I looked up to find a massive black wyvern plunging our way, unleashing an inferno of fire that incinerated demons and Nyctians, bones and all. The ground softened with the gray ash of the dead. Killian, the destroyer. The demons scattered, hissing and snarling, breaking their ranks as the wyvern circled, raining down fire. One by one they retreated in panic, vanishing into their red mist. Kairos no longer stood on the bluff. Coward! Killian landed like an earthquake and keeled onto his side. I scrambled to kneel beside him. He was immense, easily 80 feet long from nose to tail. His wings, extensions of his arms like those of a giant bat, were punctured with gaping holes. The edges of the wings were ragged and torn like they'd been dragged for 1,000 miles. "Oh, you colossal fool." His huge black eyes blinked at me. A cocoon of blue light ignited around him. The wyvern form dissolved, transforming slowly into the Therian king in all his battered glory. The wounds were more gruesome on human flesh. He winced as he pushed himself up into a sitting hunch. He tried and failed to produce a grin. "Did you really portal hop without any buffering?" He shrugged.
"I'll live."
"While I need you, yes, you'll live. But afterwards, after this is all over, I'm going to kill you myself for being so reckless." Tristan draped his tattered trench coat over Killian's shoulders. "I knew you were impulsive. But this takes the damn cake. The sheer scale of the last 20 minutes had taken its toll. Killian gripped my hand, pulling me close.
We have to find cover.
Tristan flashed between us, fangs clicking into place. He squared off with Killian, hissing.
Release her, dragon.
His thoughts echoed in my head as clearly as if Tristan had said them aloud. No way. I hear my vampire's thoughts. Killian's eyebrows drew together. His gaze darted from Tristan to me, a puzzled frown creasing his forehead.
What's this guard dog act?
Oh boy. Patches of red mist still clung to the sky. We don't have time for a pissing contest, guys. We're an easy target out here. My vampire and I lifted our wounded dragon savior and limped as one six-legged creature to a nearby cave tucked into the base of a towering bluff. We had to squeeze through a narrow crevice, single file, but once inside there was ample space to fit all three of us with relative comfort.
Tell me everything,
Killian said, short of breath. He slumped against the cave wall, his face pale, his body brutalized from the portal journey. I knew that shifting back into his human form depleted him of nutrients and fluids. I dug into my fanny pack, pulling out the power bar, and handed it to him with a flask of water. Killian chugged it all down within seconds. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand.
Don't suppose you have more of those?
I shook my head. Slim pickings out here, Your Grace.
All right, Tess. Tell me what happened. Why didn't you stick to the plan at the library?
Not a choice we made, Killian, I said, weariness overtaking my mind and body rapidly.
I need to understand. Did the vampire do it?
Come on. He just carried you to this cave. He saved me countless times, and he might have just saved you.
Fine. Tell me if you want me to stop asking.
Mature. Yeah, I'm tired. Be patient. We were there at the library waiting for you. We were on time. And then the portal? It just went fucking apeshit, pulled us in like a collapsing star, and then dumped us out in the middle of bumfuck nowhere, which turned out to be here. Nix. It was a trap, Killian, obviously. They lured me to Central Library so they could pull me into this realm. Apparently, I'm hardware, some kind of magic conduit, the key to unlocking ancient netherworld power, so toxic assholes can reshape the whole damn multiverse to their own fantasy. The creepy fucking world groomers? The color drained from Killian's face, leaving him as pale as a sheet of parchment.
Start from the beginning.
I gave him a condensed version of my conversation with Kairos, leaving out the details about the scars and about Savian, the illusion mage who'd marked me and murdered my parents, and who was behind it all. I'd buried that too deep for too long, and I liked it buried. Killian cursed under his breath. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught Tristan brooding as he leaned against the wall, arms crossed like a petulant child, his lips pursed. Shit. He'd seen the marks flaring on my skin, pulsating with power. He knew I wasn't telling Killian everything. He knew I was holding out. I nudged Killian's arm to change the topic. Where were you, by the way? What made you late? Why did you change the plan?
A semi-truck overturned on I-90, sideway.
He flashed a humorless grin.
Eventually, we moved it.
Moved it, my ass. More like flipped it over their heads into a ditch with a flick of their Therian tails. A convenient delay, I suspect, all part of their plan. They left every clue for us to find, the netherworld map, the codex page, knowing we'd rush to this moment. They directed my every step and must have laughed as they saw me standing outside the right portal at the right moment. The only wrench in their gears was Tristan jumping in after me. I'm alive because of him. Killian turned to Tristan.
A debt acknowledged.
Tristan inclined his head and looked away. No snarky retort, Tristan. He glanced up at me. Whoa. He heard my thoughts, too. This vampiric bond was getting creepier by the second. It felt like we shared a brain, and the thought made my skin crawl.
There's a leak in the dam. Someone's feeding intel to the erasers. I don't know if it's a bureau rat or someone in your shadow agency, but someone's playing both sides.
Maybe it's one of your goons.
Tristan said, his voice quiet but the challenge in his eyes loud and clear. It's finally here. The testosterone-sponsored pissing contest. Killian growled, his muscles coiling. Almost certainly, the sorry state of his body saved us from a bloody cave battle.
My people are above reproach.
His voice was a low growl as he reined in his temper with visible effort. Why don't we all just chill and remember we just saved each other's asses from becoming demon kibble? Let's not forget that whole teamwork, making the dream work thing. What am I saying? I'm so corny. Killian's gaze lingered on Tristan, then flicked back to me.
I need sleep to accelerate the healing, and we need a plan. Wake me up if you sense danger.
He stretched stiffly out on the rocky floor, pulling Tristan's tattered trench coat, more holes than fabric now, over his broad frame. He'd gone through hell to find me. An unexpected knot tightened my throat.
The dragon is too powerful for you.
Tristan stood guard near the cave entrance, eyeing the sleeping Therian.
And he has an impressive knack for leaving a trail of death and destruction behind him.
I glared at him. His eyes were cold and unreadable. Really? Killian's powerful? Like I need a lecture on dragon strength right now. I don't know if you noticed, but we could use a fucking nuclear warhead right now.
You have me.
My skin crawled with an army of ants. Okay, how are you doing that? How are you planting thoughts in my head? He scoffed.
You forged a bond with blood magic, and it didn't occur to you that it might have profound implications?
Excuse me, shipping was delayed on my copy of Vampiric Bonds for Dummies. I snapped. I can't have you reading my mind, Tristan. It's intrusive and unsettling, and I'm weird, and you're weird. How do we shut it off? He looked at me with impatient bemusement.
It's not mind reading. It's projection. We only share what we choose to communicate. Your inane inner monologue is safe.
Small comfort, I guess. And it's not that inane. Great! Let's keep the psychic chatter to a minimum then. Stick to imminent death warnings and the like. It feels creepy otherwise. I clearly annoyed him, but he held his tongue. One thing I started to notice. The deference he held for me wasn't even a sliver of the devotion he had for Raven. Oh, goody, a new way for people not to like me. And, Tristan, one more item, I said in a faint voice. Zip it around, Killian, no provoking the dragon, and don't spill secrets I haven't cleared for public consumption. I have my reasons. His eyes were so intense I thought they'd drill a hole in my forehead.
I can't do anything you don't want. Not anymore.
You're not my slave. You can do anything you want other than murder, mayhem, blood-sucking sprees, or any other brand of general lawlessness.
Charming. Let's see. That leaves knitting or killing myself.
Ha! A vampire with a sense of humor. Once this is over, I'll release you. Raven can rebond you. It'll be like none of this ever happened.
You can't cancel a vampiric bond like a cable service.
Well, that's a problem for another day. We have bigger problems to worry about now.
I need to hydrate. I lost a considerable amount of blood. With your permission, of course.
My life right now. Just don't drain the local wildlife population and don't kill anything. He hissed and vanished, a shadow melting into the night. I sighed, exhaustion and doubt pulling at me again. Killian was out cold, his powerful chest rising and falling with a hypnotic rhythm, the sharp angles of his face softened in sleep. Killian Tierney, dragon, wyvern, reaver, unlikely knight in shining armor, ready to swoop in to save the damsel in distress, me, and barbecue all her enemies. Gods, I'm sleepy, corny, inane, and lost. When Tristan shook me awake, I struggled to remember anything. I must have been dreaming. A lingering warmth, sand on my feet. My parents were there with me on a sun-drenched beach, the bittersweet echo of another life. Reality hit me like a loud slap in the form of the disconcerting weight of a muscular arm draped across my waist. Oh, sweet, merciful hell. I'd fallen asleep nestled against Killian, my limbs wrapped around him as if he were an oversized teddy bear, my head resting against his chest, his steady heartbeat a lullaby in my ears. A small fire burned by the entrance, illuminating the cave.
Incoming!
Tristan said, snapping me out of my daze. Killian! I untangled myself, nearly tumbling over. I shook the Therian king, but it was like trying to rouse a mountain. Killian, wake up! Tristan joined in, shaking Killian with enough force to rattle his bones. The vampire's face was a picture of utter distaste. 2 hands shot out lightning fast. One clamped my throat, the other Tristan's. A furious roar erupted from Killian that shook loose pebbles from the cave ceiling and made my ears ring. Killian's eyes blazed, wild and feral. He came to his senses as recognition slowly dawned on him. He released us. His murderous rage shifted to groggy annoyance. He looked crankier than usual, his hair tousled, his eyes heavy, his entire demeanor aggressive. Tristan bared his fangs, but I commanded him with a warning glare. The fangs retracted, but his tension didn't.
You do not shake a sleeping dragon.
Oh, I'm sorry, I snapped, rubbing my throat. Go back to sleep. The demons will be here to wake you in a few minutes. A distant roar rang out, underlining my point perfectly. Killian's eyes narrowed.
What's out there?
No idea, I said, reaching for my dagger, but I bet it sucks. We crawled out of the cave, cool night air tickling our skin. The sky was dark and starless. I blinked my eyes to adjust. Tristan, are you sure your spider senses work here? Killian inhaled the air deeply, nostrils flaring.
No, he's right. It's all wrong.
With a flash of light and a gust of wind, Killian shifted. A whirlwind of black scales and rippled muscles covered him. His massive wings unfurled into an impossible span. The giant black wyvern dragon. Holy hell. It always surprised me how huge that thing was. His wings were less ravaged now. Several wounds had scabbed over, but he still looked like he had been chewed on by a pack of giant dogs. The wyvern lowered himself to the ground, his head dipping, one wing extended, making himself as accessible as a 50-foot-tall, fire-breathing dragon could be. Wait, it's an invitation. No way, I said, backpedaling. I don't do high altitudes without a parachute, or at least a dozen tequila shots. Tristan shoved me forward. With a groan, I scrambled up the wing and settled right between Killian's massive shoulder blades. His scales were smooth and surprisingly warm, but the spikes that ran along his spine were razor sharp. I clung to one of the spikes, my heart hammering against my ribs. I immediately regret this. When Tristan attempted to climb after me, Killian's jaws snapped shut a hair's breadth from the vampire's head. Hey, knock it off, I yelped. No vampire snacks. We need Tristan. No clue if the wyvern brain could process my words, but I knew he felt my vibe. Raven had warned me that this dragon form was extra nasty.
Your dinosaur needs obedience school.
Tristan, we said, imminent death warnings only. Killian breathed out a ribbon of blue fire. Great. This was going to end with my hair and face burned off. I'd look like a local. Both of you, cool it, I snapped. Or I swear I'll slam the damn portal shut when we find it after I go through it and seal it. You two will be stuck here playing patty cake with the Nyctae. Killian snorted, dipped his head, and allowed Tristan to climb onto his back. The vampire settled in behind me, his arms bracketing me protectively. The wyvern launched himself into the air with a colossal downstroke of his wings. The wind whipped through my hair as the ground fell away. It was a dizzying, disorienting sensation I could feel in my gut. My white knuckles clung to the spikes on his back. My stomach yearned for the solid ground. It took me a few terror-filled heartbeats to realize what was happening. The dumb dragon was flying us back to Asperia. Tristan's whole body tensed.
He's delivering us to the necromancer.
No. Why would he save us only to take us back?
I don't know. Why was he late? He's part of it, Tess.
Unless you can fly, we'll find out. Silence. No retort, no sarcastic quip, not even a hiss. Ah, right. The vampiric bond put limits on what he could say. It must have been unflattering. He didn't have to say it out loud or in loud or whatever. This beast controlled our fate now. Instead of beelining for Asperia, Killian veered off course, circling the Nictian town like a predator stalking its prey. The black wyvern blended seamlessly with the ink sky as he rode the air currents like a shadow. He landed on the town's outskirts, a few 100 feet from the thick glass wall that enclosed it. Killian shifted back into his gloriously naked human form. The transformation heat of the dragon lingered in the air. Gray eyes locked with mine. And yes, he was naked. Again. "Why did you bring us back here?" I said, more for Tristan's benefit than my own. The answer was painfully clear. Killian's lips curled into a half-smile.
Because I don't like to run, and you need to walk into the center of the trap to find its trigger.
This is hardly sneaking in. We have to scale that wall.
Killian scanned the towering glass wall.
Zarask mentioned a hideaway door, known only to a few, used for smuggling goods and, shall we say, less than savory activities.
If he found the seedy details of Asperia's illicit trades unspeakable, I certainly didn't want to hear about them. Killian traced the wall. The glass under his fingers appeared dulled amidst the otherwise flawless surface.
Here, this must be it.
"You trust Zarask?" I said, dizzily looking up the wall, too close to see its top. "After everything that's happened? No, this is another trap."
Would you prefer to scale this wall, Tess, and fight your way through the Citadel guards? I'm sure your new blood-sucking pal would do as you command. I heard he's easy that way.
Oh, bite me, Tierney. Fine, let's play it your way. The end of everything has to be better than your endless sarcasm.
Bad things have happened. Shake it off. Zarask owes me a debt. He won't betray that. His honor and his life depend on it. Trust me if you can't trust him.
His attempt at reason earned him a reluctant nod. Killian pressed his palm against the glass, applying finger pressure to a specific spot. A grinding sound whispered as the glass slid inward, revealing a slot big enough for a single person to squeeze through sideways.
Always had a soft spot for a secret passage,
Tristan said, fangs ready. I also didn't want to hear that story. Killian slipped through, ducking to avoid the low archway. I followed behind, and Tristan brought up the rear. The wall sealed shut behind us. The passage opened into an alleyway that reeked of pungent spices.
Welcome to the belly of the beast, Detective,
Killian whispered. It's my second tour, Your Grace. One was enough. Got any useful advice? He flashed me a grin, among other things.
Don't touch anything. This place has teeth.
He glanced down at his exposed everything.
A disrobed stranger with skin walking down the street will cause a stir.
You think? I muttered, surveying my own blood-stained jeans and torn jacket. My blood-drenched ensemble will also not win raves.
Stay here, out of sight,
Tristan said and sprinted into the shadows.
What's with you two?
Killian said, eyeing the spot where Tristan had disappeared.
Why is he so eager to help?
Raven gave him specific orders. Plus, this place is strange. Weird things happen in Nyx. He raised an unconvinced eyebrow, but didn't push.
I can wait for that story to be told in full, when you're ready.
Did hell just freeze over? Tristan reappeared with 3 hooded tunics draped over his arm. I eyed him suspiciously. Where did you get those?
Acquired them from a generous donor,
Tristan said, poker-faced. A donor? I frowned. Tristan, you didn't kill anyone, did you?
Not 1, 3.
Tristan said, licking his lips with a predatory gleam in his eyes.
Slit their throats, drained them dry. It was a mercy considering their ugly wardrobe.
What the actual fuck? Killian snorted.
He's yanking your chain, not a drop of blood on him or the robes.
They were drying on a line, freshly washed.
Gods, lost in Nyx with 2 smartasses. We quickly squeezed into the tunics. The coarse fabric made me itch, and they fit about as well as potato sacks, but we had a chance to blend in. From a distance, in shadows, maybe. Well, I grumbled, tugging at the scratchy collar. I guess it's true. There really are things worse than death. Killian grinned.
Who wants to crash a necromancer party? See what all the fuss is about.
We slipped through tight alleyways. Most walls were carved reliefs of Nictian mythology, creatures with 6 eyes and serpentine tails, battles fought with swords made of bone and shields woven with shadow tendrils, chronicles of the past and of imagination. On the wider streets, there were market stalls piled high with strange-looking fruits and vegetables. Odd that they would be unattended. Maybe Nyx had a surplus of produce, or maybe the consequences of stealing were severe. My stomach growled loud enough to wake the dead. Are these safe to eat? I muttered, eyeing luminous purple orbs and green knobby pods. I can't fight evil on an empty tank. Without a word, Killian grabbed an iridescent fruit that looked like a giant plum and took a healthy bite.
Good enough,
he declared, purple juice staining his lips. I followed suit, sinking my teeth in whatever my hand landed on. The flavors were rich and complex on my tongue, sweet and tart and floral. It was natural, but it hit my brain pan like chocolate mousse. I shoved a crusty loaf of their bread into my pack, just in case.
Don't get too deep into the menu.
Tristan warned, eyeing the fruit warily.
Nictian food could have adverse effects on human digestion.
Tell me before my first dozen bites next time. The central building where I'd met Kairos looked deserted. It didn't seem right. Even at this late hour, you'd expect a guard at least. We combed the premises methodically, floor by floor, room by room, inspecting every nook, every cranny. Empty drawers and closet doors hung open. Shelves were left bare. Random items littered the floors. A hasty but effective attempt to erase all traces of the cult of erasure, to wipe clean any item that could lead us to them. I stood in the center of my interrogation room. I reached out with my sensors, probing for any residual magic, any fever-print echoes of the dark power that had pulsed within these walls. There was nothing, no telltale hum, no prickle of unease, not even a whisper of a dying shadow. Kairos is gone. The bastard knew we'd be coming.
He will be found,
Killian said, eyes burning.
Even if I have to rip this entire realm apart brick by brick.
Killian stormed out of the building, his anger blistering around him like a heat lasso. The city was quiet, unnervingly quiet. We crossed the marketplace, rounded a corner, and came face to face with a group of 7 guards. Killian cracked his knuckles.
Finally, dance partners.
We need them alive. We need at least one of them to talk. He ignored me, of course, and sauntered up to the guards with a wide smile on his face and his hands casually tucked inside the sleeves of his tunic.
Grand evening, gentlemen. We're out for a late-night stroll. In the name of our esteemed mutual friend, Commander Zarask, I beseech you to let us pass.
What the hell was that? A Shakespearean diss? The Nicte drew their swords from their scabbards. All eyes were on Killian. Killian chuckled.
As you wish.
He landed a thunderous punch on the head of the closest guard. The force of the blow cracked something and sent the Nicte sprawling, knocked out cold before hitting the ground. The remaining 6 Nictian guards attacked in unison. They were fearless, but Tristan and Killian made short work of them, their strikes calculated, somehow inflicting debilitating wounds without killing the guards. Is it possible I got through to them? The fight was almost over when reinforcements arrived. A whole fucking regiment of Nictian warriors rounding the corner. Another setup. There were dozens of them, and they were bigger, meaner, and more eager than the decoy guards.
Time to stack bodies,
Killian said with glee. I need new friends. Reaching into my fanny pack, I rummaged for whatever tricks I had left that might disorient the military-style assault, when a wave of numbing cold rushed through my body. The temperature plummeted, ice spread across the ground. I stumbled, my teeth chattered. A crystalline form materialized out of thin air. Its breath was a cloud of Arctic mist. Its body was made of jagged icicles that clinked together like haunting wind chimes. "A frostlock demon," I choked out. I reached for my sensors and couldn't access them. My magic fizzled in my core like a snuffed candle. Killian growled.
We'll use the old ways.
He and Tristan launched themselves at the Nike with fists and fangs. With our supernatural essences on ice, we were down to brute strength alone, and I was no brute. Normally, a single frostlock demon would pose little threat to a reaver, but Killian had been reduced by the strain of the portal jumps and the energy it took to shift and fly. His dragon wings had been clipped, so to speak. The memory of Miles hit me in the gut like a sucker punch. The cult of Erasure had used the same tactic on him, stripping him of his power with a frostlock demon before murdering him. But unlike Miles, I had a full terror team, a cranky dragon, and a snarky vampire. Killian's blows landed with bone-crunching force, but for every nictay he dropped, 2 more sprouted from the shadows. Tristan fought by his side, shooting concerned glances my way between strikes. His strength and speed made him deadly even without his heightened vampiric abilities. Together, they were devastating and effective, but they could not stem the relentless tide. A dark figure leaped from a rooftop like a ninja. Time slowed as he landed with cat-like precision mere feet away, close enough that I could see the inflamed blood vessels in his eyes. Commander Zrask, in all his gelatinous glory, stood poised with a spear made of bone and metal. He raised the weapon above his head, its tip pulsing with a phosphorescent glow. His eyes, cold and calculating, swept over the scene like he was a god.
This is not the Nixian way.
His voice sliced through the chaos, silencing the battlefield. The Nictai hesitated, exchanging uncertain glances. Zrask spoke again in their indecipherable native tongue. A hulking warrior approached the commander, his gestures growing ever angrier as he responded. Zrask turned his face away for a moment, then plunged his spear into the warrior's chest. The hulking Nictai collapsed into the gathering pool of his own dark blood. Zrask delivered his message in a language all could understand. The Nictian warriors grumbled, but lowered their weapons and backed away. The frostlock demon vanished in a swirl of icy mist. Magic surged back into my core with a warm rush.
Need to talk.
Zrask said, his unsettling eyes finding mine.
Detective.
He dipped his head in what I hoped was a show of respect. "It's my honor, Commander," I managed. "Your timing is impeccable." Killian stepped forward.
Where are they?
Zrask gave him a toothy approximation of a smile.
Erasure leaders are in Stone Tower.
Chapter 27. The stone tower was a monolith carved out of a single massive slab of gray stone, a cylindrical monstrosity stretching into the sky. It stood alone in a desolate expanse of rocky terrain, as if all forms of life had retreated from it. This was the cult of Erasure's headquarters, their stronghold, the drab heart of their twisted ambitions. Tristan, Zrask, and I dismounted the wyvern. My sore legs felt wobbly from the long flight. A stealth approach was no longer an option. When I'd protested earlier about charging in blind, Killian had given me a long lecture on the merits of what he called aggressive negotiation. Raven may have been right about the drawbacks of bringing a Dragon King into hostile territory. Interwoven wards shimmered around the tower, each thread tinted with a different color. They wouldn't have taken the time to build such elaborate defenses unless they were safeguarding something rare and powerful. The tower itself appeared impenetrable, thick stone and no windows. Digging under it might work in theory, but the erasers would probably notice us long before we finished, and, of course, the bottom could also be thick stone. The wyvern cocked his head. A torrent of fire exploded from his throat, scorching everything in its path, turning rocks into molten slag. I staggered back, shielding my face, watching in awe as the wyvern bathed the steel tower doors in hellfire. The wards hissed and popped like firecrackers, the magical threads twisted like dying snakes before disintegrating. The reinforced door caved in and crumbled like tin foil. Holy crap, he can fry wards and barbecue steel. The inferno subsided. A plume of smoke curled into the twilight sky. Killian shifted back. He coughed, his skin glistening with sweat. He had used up the last of his energy. He gingerly slipped into the tunic.
No, we fight.
Zarask hissed, clutching his spear. He strode toward the shattered entrance, his body jiggling like a jello mold. I turned to follow Zarask, but Killian caught my hand. He wrapped his arms around my waist, pulling me close. His eyes were shadowed. My stomach fluttered. Are you trying to get us killed?
I've been trying to keep you alive since we first met, Detective Hilliard.
His fingers traced a path down my cheek, a trail of heat against my skin. My body tensed. All 5 senses warned me of imminent danger. Is that smoke coming out of your nostrils, your scaliness?
Don't tempt me, Tess.
His voice was rough, urgent. What's this now? I would never dream of it, Killian. Tristan's voice punctured my mind like a blade.
Say the word, and I'll make him back off.
Killian buried his face in my hair, his breath warm against my ear. The world tilted. My knees weakened. This was not the time for this, for whatever this was. But I found myself unable to move a muscle. We have a tower to conquer, I blurted out.
The scent of a beautiful woman's hair is a fine thing to experience before dying.
Beautiful. Something crumpled inside me, irrevocably. Primals had valued beauty throughout the ages in all forms. Ancient Greek statues, the 4 beauties of China, the detail and color in Aztec jewelry. Killian hadn't seen the real me. He hadn't seen the grotesque scars, the battleground of blemishes, the disfigurement of my body and my spirit. What beauty would he see then?
Unless you want to live out your life in a Nictian cell, we need to keep moving.
Tristan snarled in my head. I pushed away from Killian, smoothing my hair. Aren't we being a tad dramatic, Your Grace? I'm in it to win it. He released me, his gaze lingering for a beat. Then his eyes laughed, his lips curving into a mischievous grin.
A woman running to the violence. Consider me impressed.
This is no time to flirt. It's time to make erasers disappear. Gods, I say awkward things when I feel awkward. We raced after Zarask into the tower. The interior was cold and silent like we'd entered catacombs. Electric bulbs elongated our shadows on the rough-hewn stone walls and floors. Will we ever leave this place?
This way.
Frantic footsteps and distant voices echoed through corridors. We'd caught the erasers off guard, but the element of surprise faded fast. This was their battleground. The fact that we'd made it so far meant Savian and Kairos were too cocky about their defenses, or they'd already flown the coop. Defeat washed over me, followed by a grim realization. I wanted Savian dead, obsessively, unhealthily, more than I wanted anything. Zarask skidded to a halt before a wide door. 2 guards took one look at us and bolted. Tristan shot after them without a word, leaving us to deal with whatever we found behind the door. We burst in, and I nearly swallowed my tongue. The room was a tech junkie's wet dream. Banks of computers, humming servers, and a wall of screens that would make NASA jealous. How they'd managed this very human setup of technology in Nyx staggered the mind. Killian raised his fist, ready to thrash the equipment punk rock style.
No. Find source.
The source? The great and mighty netherworld power source is in this hacker's den?
Yes. Find here.
Zarask was right. Smashing things wouldn't solve our problems. I stepped to the main console, studying the flickering security feeds on the wall. I might not be a tech wizard, but I'd seen enough heist movies to give it a shot. After some fumbling with keys and buttons, I found a small lever. The camera views shifted as I toggled, giving us a whirlwind tour of Evil Tower Incorporated, labs, workshops, living quarters, and enough medieval-style weaponry to start World War IV, or at least stage a reenactment of the Siege of Constantinople.
This!
Zrask hissed, pointing at one of the screens. My pulse quickened. There, on top of a crystal pillar, sat a sphere crackling with rings of energy. Both pillar and sphere were encased in a transparent dome of crisscrossing wards. Basement level, room 18. What terrible and unholy power is contained within? Tristan leaned in. I never noticed him entering the room.
Any ideas on how to pull the plug without a seismic pop?
I glanced at Killian, who lingered in thought.
I always have ideas, not sure which, if any, could prevent unwanted results.
Oh boy. Not sure I'm ready for him to roll the dice. All right, let's go shut this thing down. We slipped out of the control room. We hadn't gone more than a few steps when the shadows ahead shifted. 6 Nictian guards blocked our way.
Do they not know they're going to die?
Killian's right hand already crackled with a ball of elemental fire. Zrask stepped in front of Killian and addressed his fellow Nicte. After some deliberation, the guards stepped aside to let us pass. That was anticlimactic, I muttered as we hurried past.
Don't worry, detective. Plenty mayhem ahead.
Ha, now I'm really worried. Following Zrask down a maze of staircases, we felt the change. The deeper we went, the more the air prickled with electric energy. We reached a heavy door. It hummed with a smothering of wards. Zrask held up his hand to keep us quiet. Killian stepped forward, his eyes narrowing as he studied the wards. He thrust both hands forward. Twin jets of white-hot flame erupted from his palms, engulfing the door. The air sizzled and popped as the wards fought back, but Killian's fire was relentless. The magical barriers crumbled like ash, and the doors swung open with a groan. We stepped into a large, cavernous chamber. In the center stood the 5-foot-tall crystal pillar, pulsing with enough swirling energy to power all of Nyx. A shimmering orb sat on top of the pillar, sparkling with electricity. Dozens of smaller crystals were arranged in a complex geometric pattern, amplifying the energy of the orb. Magic ran amok in that place, causing my skin to tingle and strands of my hair to float. I inched forward, drawn by the mesmerizing display. How do we power this thing down without igniting it? We can't play dice with the universe. Einstein kinda said that, but these guys won't know. A dozen grotesque beasts burst into the chamber from a sliding panel to our left and another from our right. Behind them, Nictian warriors stormed in, followed by a wave of hooved demons. More beasts poured through the door, enclosing us in a tight ring. They had thick, pachyderm-type hides covered in coarse, bristly hair, short black tusks, and were the size of a pygmy hippo.
Surrender.
The Nictian leader bellowed. Killian's hands ignited with twin balls of flames. Zrask's body rippled in ways that defied physics and good taste. Tristan leaped to my side, ready to defend me at all costs. I sized up our chances, outnumbered, outgunned, and outpositioned in a room full of enough magical juice to fry us all.
And miss all the fun? We like these odds.
We do? I cracked my knuckles. Yeah. The horde charged, a tsunami of claws and teeth. Damn, I'm not built for this. Killian met their charge head-on, his elemental fire blazing, his form blurred, shifting into a dragon, not into the towering wyvern, not into the red dragon of Picnic Point. This was something different, smaller, more compact, but no less impressive. 7 feet tall, his scales a deep blue, his eyes golden. He roared, a sound that shook dust from the ceiling, and dove into the fray. Claws flashed, heads rolled, literal heads. They quickly became serious tripping hazards. At first, all my efforts centered around not dying, but the chamber thrummed with power. I whipped my wind magic to life, flinging 2 demons like ragdolls. I hurled blasts of compressed air, sending beasts sprawling and knocking Nictians off their feet. I spun, my arms outstretched, summoning cyclones that ripped through the enemy ranks, tossing bodies against walls. Zrask gurgled something unintelligible and proceeded to smash 3 of his fellow Nictians into a slushy, gelatinous mass. Okay, that's just gross. More enemies poured in. 2 necromancers with corpse-pale faces commanded a dozen skeletal vampires whose eyes glowed a sickly red. Thralls. The erasers know how to throw a party. I spotted Tristan, cornered by 2 beasts, and flung an emerald shield his way to protect him both from the beasts and the necromantic power that had entered the scene. The last thing I needed was a Tristan thrall. The necromancers unleashed a torrent of dark magic, bolts of black energy that sizzled through the air. I reacted instinctively, my illusion magic flaring, a veil of shimmering energy snapping into place between Tristan and the incoming attack. The dark bolts struck the shield, exploding in a shower of sparks. The impact reverberated through my body, a jolt of pain that blurred my vision and partially blocked my hearing. Tristan's eyes widened.
Behind you!
I spun. 3 Frostlock demons. Not these dudes again. Their icy breath froze everything it touched. Killian, his miniature dragon radiating a furious heat, roared and unleashed a bolt of fire, a searing orange inferno that struck the nearest Frostlock demon. Its icy form shattered, dissolving into a cloud of steam and glittering shards. The dragon took a freezing blast to the chest. His scales crackled with frost. His form wavered. He began to roar in pain as he shrunk. Killian! I lunged toward him, but claws raked my back. Pain exploded across my shoulders. We were losing this fight. Tristan bled from a dozen cuts and gashes. Zrask's gelatinous body clouded and bubbled with injury. Got any more brilliant ideas? I yelled at Killian, ducking a hooved demon's swipe. The Therian king, human again and looking worse than ever, flashed a pained grin.
Working on it. Try not to die in the meantime.
Solid plan. Through the chaos, a figure emerged. The sight made my blood run cold. Kairos, my arch-nemesis since arriving in Nyx, his face a mask of death and hatred. A chill ran down my spine. My eyes locked on the crystal pillar, the source of all this madness. I had one chance to end this, or die trying. Might as well go for broke. Tristan, I shouted over the din, clear a path to the source. He nodded, understanding instantly. With a howl that would make a dire wolf proud, he tore into the crowd, carving a path to the pillar. I sprinted after him, ducking claws and dodging spells. Tristan took hit after hit, his entire body smeared with blood. But he held, or at least slowed the line, a 1 vampire wrecking crew. A demon sprung at me. Sliding under its grasp, I felt claws graze my scalp. My hair must be so wretched. I'm earning my monster card. Finally, I reached the pillar. The orb hummed with enough power to make my teeth and bones hurt. Okay, you oversized car battery, I muttered, pressing my palm against the ward barrier. Let's see what makes you tick. I reached for every scrap of magical knowledge and skill I had, praying it would be enough. Because if it wasn't, I was about to become an actual hot mess you could read about in the next edition of America's Stupidest Paranormal Detectives. Dark energy prickled my senses, drawing closer. Kairos was coming for me through a sea of dead bodies like some twisted angel of death. Across the room, Zrask went down under a pile of demons. I spread my arms wide, unleashing my illusion magic no holds barred. The hidden marks flared across my body one by one like glowing dominoes. Here's mud in your eye, I whispered, then slammed into the wards with everything I had, leaving nothing in the tank. Explodere! Pain gashed through me like a hot iron. The wards trembled, lines of angry red spreading like cracks on ice. They split open with a thunderous pop, and I burst through. Kairos was feet away, his shock becoming a murderous rage as the wards snapped shut behind me. I swayed on my feet, fighting to stay conscious. The power source loomed, a sphere of crackling energy that made every hair on my body stand on end, like I'd stuck my finger in a cosmic socket. Focus, Tess. Kairos unleashed a bolt of dark energy that slammed Tristan into a wall. The vampire's bones snapped like twigs. I reached for the orb. One wrong move, and we'd all be atomized. My hands jerked back instinctively. A roar shook the chamber. Killian's eyes found mine.
Tess, don't!
He ripped a frostlock demon in half, his fury palpable. Blue flames erupted from his skin as he tapped into his elemental magic. Where a man stood, a dragon now raged. He was too late. My hands closed around the orb. Pain. Blinding, all-consuming pain. It felt like trying to channel a hurricane through a straw. So this is what electrocution feels like. My body burned from the inside out. I screamed, forcing the raw kinetic energy into my scars, becoming the conduit I swore never to be. The thralls were on Killian, Kairos pulling their strings. I ripped my hands from the orb, my skin sizzling. I hurled the energy onto the Killian dragon, transferring the devastating netherworld power to him. The transformation was instant. Magic enveloped the Therian king in ripples. An armor of pure power crystallized over his scales. He roared. Thrall heads fell like bowling pins. Kairos broke through the wards, a spear raised high. I met his gaze, lightning crackling between my fingers. His weapon bounced off the force field I tossed between us. I slammed everything I had left into Kairos. The bolt went straight through him, exploding his chest, leaving a huge hole in its wake. Kairos went down, still glaring hate as he perished. That's for Miles, you sick bastard. The chamber fell silent, save for the last sparks of energy and the ragged breathing of the fleeing Nyctae. Everything distorted. My legs grew heavy, and my ears rang before I slumped down onto the floor. Someone ran toward me. Dragon Boy. All too human now, and drenched in blood, his eyes wild with concern. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught sight of a man in the doorway staring at me. He wore a long black trench coat that had seen better days. His features were strangely familiar. Tall, with golden hair and vibrant azure eyes. The white librarian. I must be hallucinating. His lips moved but did not make a sound. The librarian's words resonated in my mind.
Until next time, child.
That voice. A memory out of reach. Long arms lifted me. Killian did not smell of battle. No sweat, no blood, no lingering smoke residue. He smelled of marshmallows and graham crackers. We just need chocolate, I whispered before passing out. Chapter 28. I opened my eyes and stretched my arms over my head. Sunlight poured through an open window. Drapes fluttered with a soft breeze that carried the scent of lilac and... Was that bacon? Wait a minute, this is all wrong. I bolted upright in bed, startled. This was not my room. This wasn't any room I knew. A suite in an upscale resort, maybe. Not that I knew what that looked like. Memories flooded my brain. Nick's blood-soaked battles. A power reactor that could have fried the multiverse.
Whoa there, Tiger. Take it easy.
Killian's voice, warm and amused. I turned to find him lounging in an armchair, looking infuriatingly handsome for someone who'd recently been covered in demon guts. His eyes smiled at me, bright and welcoming.
The healer mage said there might be some side effects from the potions, though I didn't expect Frantic Cat to be one of them.
Healer mage? I said, my voice a little hoarse.
You were in a rough shape, Tess. It was touch and go for a while. We brought in the best, a mage who could regrow limbs if she put her mind to it. She says you'll be good as new.
He winked.
Maybe even toss in an upgrade.
We won? The question felt naive after what we'd been through.
Yes, Detective, we won.
His smile was part pride, part appreciation.
The stone tower is rubble, the power source locked up tighter than my grandma's cookie recipe. And our man Zrask? Well, let's just say Nyx is under new management for the foreseeable future.
That's good news. I sank back into the pillows. I closed my eyes and suddenly found myself in a prairie blooming with wildflowers. Okay, what's with the happy hallucinations when I close my eyes? Am I tripping on unicorn dust? Killian chuckled.
It's the healing potions. It will wear off.
Does it have to? I said, then laughed. My ribs protested, but even the pain felt good. Proof I was among the living.
That's funny.
Killian said, leaning forward in his chair. No, I was thinking. 2 weeks ago, I didn't even know you existed. Now we're like the Avengers. He held up 3 fingers.
3 weeks. It's the first day of December.
The laughter died in my throat. I've been out for a week.
On and off.
He shrugged.
Your memory is fuzzy. You woke up to eat and drink, mostly to complain about the food, the bed, the pillows. It'll all come back to you.
Reality started creeping in. Pankowski totally must have fired me. Like with extreme vengeance, I muttered.
The Bureau took care of all that. As far as your world's concerned, nothing's changed.
I blinked. The Bureau knows?
We had to loop them in. They've vowed to keep a tighter leash on the multiverse. They want to avoid extinction-level battle royales.
It was all good news. We'd saved the day, I still had a job, and the powers that be were finally paying attention. So why did I feel so restless? I met Killian's gaze. What now? He reached out, his hand warm on mine.
Now you get to adjust to your new normal. You live in a world where dragons and demons are real.
Sounds terrifying. I guess I've been living in this world the whole time. I'm just the same old Tess no matter what is out there. I'm here. I'm a Madison girl. I root for the home team and eat bratwursts when I'm drinking.
Bratwursts are terrifying. What's in those things?
Life's a mystery. I'll just take it as it comes. What's next for the great Killian Tierney?
I'm hoping for a few chill days. Maybe catch up on some reading.
And how about us, Your Grace? Are our destinies still aligned? A blush rose to my cheeks. We made a dynamic duo. And why suddenly did I want him to pin me against the bed and kiss me senseless? To run those battle-hardened fingers through my hair, pull me close against his chest, slip his hands under my veils of decency. My veils of... What the fuck, Tess? His smile widened, and I suddenly felt very warm.
I think we are what is called friends, Tess. You have my eternal gratitude and protection.
Great. Eternal friend zone from the guy I want to. I cleared my throat. Okay, Lord Friend, I'm guessing we're at the helm. When can I return to my cozy little home?
As soon as the mage healer clears you.
He hesitated.
There is one small complication. Your vampire buddy is causing quite a stir. He refuses to leave without you. He's demanding to see you, threatening to go on a hunger strike, which, for a vampire, is more an annoyance than a tragedy.
Oh, hell. Tristan. How did I forget about him? I sighed. I'll talk to him.
Sooner rather than later, please. This punk is testing the limits of Therian restraint.
I laughed. Therian restraint. That's funny.
It is not funny,
he said, severely unamused. Oh, okay, I just thought. No, I get it now. These meds. Sheesh. Therian restraint. How do you not laugh at that? He stood up, and I had to remind myself not to stare. He wore a simple white t-shirt and dark jeans, but on him, it looked like haute couture. The fabric clung to his powerful frame in ways that made good girls bad.
Get well, Tess. You've been an infuriating pain in my ass, but I'll miss the banter. We should catch up soon. I'm dying to hear about that whole vampire bonding you did, and those archaic illusion marks on your flesh. You have proven more than meets the eye.
What? Really? Oh, shit. I searched for words to say out loud, but only an incoherent grumble slipped from my lips. He paused with his hand on the doorknob, a mischievous glint in his eye.
Oh, one more thing, Detective. There seems to have been a tiny mix-up with your potions. The healer might have accidentally slipped you a small dose of a love potion along with your treatment.
My jaw dropped.
If you want to jump my bones right now, I wouldn't object, but something tells me you might regret it in the morning.
You complete inhuman jackass. He left the room. I grabbed a pillow and hurled it at the closing door. I laughed despite myself. I handled the war for the multiverse just fine, but was taken down by a witch's brew. Aiden led me through the helm's winding corridors. My legs felt like overcooked noodles, but I plodded on. We stopped before a heavy iron door. Aiden hesitated, his hand on the latch.
Just be prepared. He's been quite agitated.
Open the door, Aiden. He complied. Tristan paced the windowless cell like a caged tiger. His usually immaculate hair was a fright. Dark circles had formed under his eyes. Gods, they actually locked him in here. Have they made him lose his mind? Tristan, I called softly. He whirled, eyes wild, then sagged with relief.
Tess.
It was the first time he had used my first name. I turned to Aiden with fury in my eyes. Let him out!
Are you sure that's...
Aiden, don't make me get the Bonshek blade. He paled and fumbled with the keys. As soon as the cell door opened, Tristan was there, checking me over like a lost puppy.
I could feel your pain, but they wouldn't let me near you.
I gently pushed his hands away. I'm fine, Tristan. You need to go home. He recoiled as if I'd slapped him.
I'm not leaving without you.
Oh boy, the bond had deepened while I was swimming in potions and happy dreams. The memory of our twisted mental tango still felt creepy. I turned to Aiden. Give us some privacy? Aiden retreated reluctantly. Yes, you are leaving without me, I told Tristan firmly. Go back to Raven, act like nothing's changed. That's an order. His face contorted with a mixture of hurt and anger.
You can't just dismiss me like...
I can, and I am. I cut him off, softening my tone. Tristan, our lives don't match. My world isn't your world, and I don't have any fucking coffins tucked away in a basement. I don't even have a basement. He seemed offended.
Those things are myths, Tess.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. But this is not your fight anymore. You saved me more than once. You repaid me for saving you 100 times over. Go to your people. Go home.
Raven will know.
Then be very convincing. That's your mission. For a moment, I feared he might never stop arguing. Then his shoulders slumped in defeat.
As you wish.
I watched him slink away. He glanced back full of unspoken feelings. I felt a pang of guilt, but pushed it down quickly. This is what's best for him. What's best for both of us. I slumped into my creaky office chair, the familiar scent of stale coffee and old case files oddly comforting after the chaos of the past few weeks. My desk looked like it had been in the path of a tornado. Apparently, saving the multiverse didn't exempt you from bureaucratic backlog. Grabbing a pen and a sticky note, I started jotting down my brand new to-do list. Because nothing says back to normal like organizing your impending nervous breakdown. 1. Figure out Killian's game. I tapped the pen against my lips. Friend, possible ally, or something more? And what was that business with the accidental love potion? I bet he slipped that in there just to mess with me. Maybe not. 2. Pacify Raven. I winced. Yeah, returning her prized vampire with a magically bonded case of puppy love was bound to ruffle her feathers if she found out, which she would, no doubt. Whatever. I owed her for many reasons, and I'd find a way to explain at the very least. 3. Make it up to Izzy. My best friend had been through hell because of me. I had missed Thanksgiving dinner. I wouldn't miss Christmas. I scribbled, buy entire liquor store next to the item. It was a start. 4. Deal with Pankowski. He was convinced that my unexplained absences were part of an elaborate undercover bureau operation I hadn't reported to him. Maybe I could convince him otherwise, or just hope someone else would mess up, so Pankowski would be too busy yelling at them. 5. Kill Savian. My pen hesitated over this one. The psycho asshole was still out there, somewhere, ruining someone's life. A thorn in my side, a shadow looming over my world and the world. This wasn't over, not by a long shot. He'd be back and he'd find me ready. I leaned back, staring at my list. Save the world, mend friendships, navigate interdimensional politics, and maybe squeeze in a therapy session or 5. Perfect. I was on my way. A budding optimist. A familiar voice cut through my thoughts.
Tess, the new cases have just come in.
Izzy burst into my office, her curls bouncing with each step.
We've got everything from possessed toasters, very scary, to a guy who swears his neighbor is a chihuahua shifter, a were-chihuahua, if you will. Oh, and Mrs. Abernathy's cat is missing again. I told her to check the ethereal plane this time. Cats are curious demons.
I blinked, trying to process the sudden onslaught of normalcy. The phone rang. The caller ID made me sit up straight. Imani Harris. I picked up, trying to sound professional, and not at all like someone who'd recently been unconscious for a week. Investigator Hilliard speaking.
I trust you're recovering well?
Imani's crisp voice came through. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
I'm happy to hear. We have a proposition for you. The Bureau would like to hire you as a member of our multiverse bounty hunter crew.
I nearly dropped the phone. Izzy, who had been not so subtly eavesdropping, mouthed, "What?" at me. Wow, that's quite an offer. How many times had I hopelessly interviewed for just such an offer?
Indeed. Quite earned, too. Killian Tierney has given us a detailed account of your actions in Nyx and has personally vouched for your character.
My mind raced. Multiversal bounty hunting? That sounded intense, dangerous, a little insane, probably life-threatening, suicidal, really. I crumpled up the to-do list and tossed it in the trash. When do I start? Thank you for listening to The Vanishing Tome, the first book in the Netherworld archives. I hope you enjoyed it. Stay tuned for the next book in the series, The Whispering Demon, scheduled for release in late fall. If you enjoyed this audiobook, subscribe to Stella's channel to keep up to date with new books as they are uploaded. For more information on the series and how to download extra scenes and chapters, visit stellafitzsimons.com. This is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents are the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously. Any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events or locales is entirely coincidental. This production is copyright 2025 Stella Fitzsimons. All rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced or used in any manner without written permission of the copyright owner, except for the use of quotations in a book review. Published in the United States by Butterfly Electric Press.